Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the RLPC. My name is Raid, and I am joined with you for the first two games of the night alongside Muskrat. How are you doing today, Musk?
I'm doing great, Raid. This is a great day in RLPC. We get to see the final four matches of the season for grand finals and that big major match at the end of the day with a big prize pool. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very interesting first match. So I'm gonna focus here on the first match of the night, which is the A-League match, because neither team is at what they had been all season. Like, the Ravens are without T-Man, their arguably best player, whereas the Embers have two of their players currently suspended, so they're playing with a call-up from two leagues, a player from Mav and Illusion, up here in A in the A-League finals. That's a lot of pressure.
It definitely is. And looking at that Ember squad, it's going to be Speed and Drax, the two remaining original roster members that were on the team that are going to have to step up for this game, as two of their most serious players are out. That is big because the two players who are out have played a lot of series together combined with that whole team, and now Speed and Drax are going to have to find some chemistry with this Mav player, and that's going to be crazy because the Ravens have played together, and they are full of good players just on that side alone.
Yeah, it's definitely a big underdog story here for the Embers, because the Ravens, while they are without one of their starters, they do still have three Ravens, right? They've got Mix and Elite Inferno, who have been together all season. And then they have Ethan, who has been the sub all season, but anyone who knows Ethan knows that he is not a sub. He's choosing not to play, and he is a big impact player, a smart player, and a player who could definitely outplay almost anyone in A-League.
I'll give you a stat here, Raid. Ethan has 26 goals on 5 series played. Inferno has 26 goals on 11 series played. So if that tells you anything about what Ethan is, he is a big-time scorer, and that's going to be something that the Embers are going to have to look at if he's going to start popping off in this series, because Ravens, they look really strong. Mix and Elite have played great all season long, and this Ember squad, they made it here with great team play, great plays together, and communication with each other, but they are facing some really tough competition here, and they are also facing some odds off the field that they have no control over at this point and have to kind of just buckle up and hope for the best.
Yeah, and it's also really interesting because Illusion has really just he's a Mav player, right? And he's a player who is a bit of an impact player for his Yetis team, but has a tendency to not be consistent across a whole series, and especially up 2 leagues, he really needs that. But now, just taking a quick look at the bracket here, the Ravens have kind of walked everyone. They've only dropped a single game across the 2 series they've won to get into this finals, whereas the Embers, they've had to work their way since losing to Titans, and they lost to Titans in round 1. Then they worked their way up the losers bracket to beat them in 7 in the lower final. But keep in mind, this was all done with Exotic, Zen, and KO, because KO used to be able to sub for them as an A-League sub, but they changed the rules on that to incorporate independent, and so this Ember squad here has never been played, and this is most definitely not the squad that got him to this place.
Also, the Ravens are going to have that 1 game advantage as well. One less game for them to have to worry about putting away, and the Embers are going to have to be climbing this hill from behind. And I don't know who to say their Mav player was, but Mav to A is a decent little bit of a gap there in terms of MMR skill. So I'm looking to see this player probably take a little bit more of a backseat and really try to enable his other 2 teammates if they really want a chance against this Ravens. But I mean, still an impressive run from the Embers in that bracket to get to this point. It's just a shame to see that the way they're ending their season isn't going to be with their strongest roster.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a big underdog story. And now that we're just getting to 7 o'clock the start time, let's just do a few quick predictions here. So I'll go first. I think that this series ends 4-0 for Ravens. I don't think this Ember squad without their 2 best players and with a Mav call-up, I don't think they even have a chance to win a game. But maybe they'll surprise. I don't know. What about you, Musk?
My mind and my heart both are telling me Ravens in this one, but I just gotta say for just for all the teams that have been taken out by this Ember squad, I hope they show out a bit and make this opportunity worth its while, and maybe bring it to maybe a game 6. I would say at the most. but I only expect them maybe to win a game.
Yeah, it seems like all the players are in the lobby, so we're going to get the players to join up here, and we will get started. Here we go, players loading into the lobby. On the side of the Embers, we have Drax, Illusion, and Speed. Whereas on the side of the Ravens, we have Mix, Fire Extinguisher, which is Ethan, and Elite Inferno here as the game commences.
Got the Stocktanes out. We're all ready to go. And right off the kickoff, Ember's going to get that early quick attack on the ball. Ooh, a quick shot, too, from Illusion. Trying to get started hot, which is exactly what the Embers need, is to get the pace going early and get their momentum behind them so they can at least get a quick attack. Cleared away now, Ravens. That's going to be Ethan clearing away. A good pass up to Speed. Speed with a double tap. Illusion tries to get there for the shot. Gets a little 50, but Elite clears that away. And right now, Ember's coming out. A lot of pressure on this opening drive for them in that first 30 seconds, but quickly Ravens transitioning back to their offense. A great pass middle. Fire Extinguisher couldn't quite finish it off. Drax taking control. A lot of quick challenges, a lot of quick attacks on the ball play whenever something seems dangerous right now, Raid. Both these teams are really just not letting anyone get a really good opportunity quite yet.
Yeah, it seems like both teams are really feeling each other out. The Embers are definitely coming out faster than I expected, and they're really trying to take it to the Ravens, but we'll see if this keeps being consistent here, as no real high-quality opportunities have really happened yet here. Mix trying to get that out center. Beautiful pass over to Ethan. What a beautiful play, and the Ravens take a 1-0 lead.
And it all starts with that little first touch right there, just to get that small touch underneath, and then Speed not expecting it to bounce up the wall. Mix just icing that up, putting it right off the backboard to his teammate waiting down below, and unfortunately, defense no clear, and now the Ravens start off with that 1-0 lead.
Yeah, as I said, the Embers got some pressure, but they needed to be perfect for that defense not to crack, and it did here. And now the Embers are at a disadvantage.
A whiff there from Ethan on the backboard, but it wasn't too big of a deal for him. Mix is going to be on that backboard to get another clear. And the good thing for the Embers that they can look at is that they are getting offensive opportunities. They just need to start putting them away, and that's a good chance for Drax, but the patient defense of the Ravens, not pushing ahead too quick, not getting too excited about having maybe a chance at pushing down the field, and preventing some basic shots, I'd say, that are used to counter and stuff and get kind of goals for people who are paying or trying to go too fast. But right now the Ravens playing very under control with their playstyle and just taking the opportunities they get and also making them whenever they have the opportunities to do that.
Absolutely here. Lots of back and forth Rocket League being played. But if you're the Ravens, you don't need another goal.
Oh, but they're going to get one as Elite's going to slot that one in off the pass from Mix.
Yeah, what a play. A beautiful bump by Mix out to Elite, and Elite pots a free goal here, and now it's a twice the lead for the Embers to have to fight back from here. Just over half the game to play, and despite pressure being kind of even, the conversions have certainly not been here.
And now this is kind of how, if you're thinking about this logically, how this game was probably going to start off by going is the Ravens taking that commanding early lead, but you gotta say the pressure, a little surprising for Members, but they had to do something to be able to change up or try to catch the Ravens off guard. The Ravens just so great at stopping it right now. Is another good stop from Ethan on the defensive line, and there's a big clear away. These clears are starting to become a lot more frequent. Great pass, Mixes there, and that is a 3-0 lead for the Ravens.
Yeah, nice pass from Elite up to Ethan. Ethan puts it out mid, and a beautiful shot coming out from Mix, and just a gorgeous three-man passing play, all hitting each other. It left the Embers completely stunned.
And definitely one of those plays, just really, not to say basic, but it's quite a classic. Just pass up to teammate passes at midfield, and someone coming up from the third man, as they don't need to have everyone up there, and it just great play from the Ravens right now, just playing absolutely solid and being able to communicate what they want to do together. And now Embers, they're really going to have to start looking at finding a solution or finding a change that's going to really help them throughout this game right now, because Ravens are they're just picking them apart whenever they have that offensive opportunity.
Absolutely here, as Ethan just carries it the entire length of the field. Just a little bit of pressure early by the Embers, but now it seems like the Ravens have taken a command and control.
A lot more confidence coming out too from them. And I think it also might be because the little Embers are a little bit more understanding now that, oh shoot, we have to respect these guys and what they're doing. There's not like, we can't just keep trying to push up or trying to be as aggressive every time, because these counterattacks are starting to really just hurt them on the back end. As another clear comes out, oh, this might be an open chance though. Speed doesn't have any boost to be able to get a good open shot, and that's going to be an opportunity that's going to pass them by once again. Just low resources there, not really having anything that they could do to capitalize on that play.
Yeah, that's the major difference between these two squads. The Embers just aren't really capitalizing on their opportunities, like when they're given that space, whereas the Ravens have been unrelenting capitalizing on those opportunities here as it remains a 3-0 game here. A beautiful play to make that happen by Mix. A demo, and Elite has an open net to shoot on here. Wow, what a play.
Mix with the beat on 2 in the back end, then goes for the demo on the last man, and that is all they wrote. Elite just has to put it on target, which he definitely will. The Ravens right now are just showing a dominant performance in this game 1, and I am very worried for the Embers at this moment to see if they can stop this bleeding or if it's just going to be a dominant grand finals for these Ravens. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, just
Ethan.
Another dominant play. Beautiful touch here by Elite to put it mid, and Ethan is just like mine. Good placement behind Drax too, absolutely gorgeous.
Even with 2 on the wall there, it paid off in the end no matter what. No, not even a chance for the Embers to capitalize on a minor mistake like that for the Ravens. And oh my, Ethan almost getting a pre-flip to get a beat there, but wasn't going to quite happen. That's a good shot though from Speed. That's going to go in as the first goal for the Embers finally rings out. It's not going to really be able to matter too much in the end of this match, but it is a sign that they can get goals on this team.
Yeah, decent play there. Illusion tries to put some pressure on, and a good little, like, a little clear through, I believe, by Drax, and then Speed pots an easy one. And it is too little too late to have an impact this game, but maybe it'll set some pressure for next.
Might see maybe a little bit of overconfidence from the Ravens too. We've seen sometimes with some teams overconfidence can sometimes cost you a game or two. Oh my, Speed with a pop-off now at the end of this game. Really something we wanted to see a little earlier, but it might be just what he needs to get going for the rest of the series. What a play over Ethan in the back end.
Yeah, Speed really showing the mechs of the Embers, and he's a player who really hasn't played much this playoffs, I know due to scheduling issues, and he came alive in the end of that game. Maybe that's a little bit of what's to come. We will see, though, here, as you said, Ravens commanding lead, and with the one-game advantage, there's already a 2-0 advantage in this series for the Ravens. If they take one more, it is almost impossible for the Embers.
And definitely at that 1-0 lead right now, Ravens now extending it to a 2-0 with that one-game advantage. Embers, it is shrinking quite quickly. If they take this next one, as you said, Raid, it's going to be almost lights out for them before they can even get started, because the pressure from Ravens right now is just outmatching Embers completely. And we saw them starting out early in that game. It seemed like they had some pressure, and then Ravens just started getting clears and then getting more clears, and then the offensive pressure just became, we're on offense, we're on offense, we're on offense. And yeah, that's just something that Embers could not stop.
It's really a lot of the consistency piece, I thought, because every little mistake the Embers made was getting punished. The Ravens were consistent on their counters, consistent on scoring the opportunities given to them. Whereas the Embers side, it really seemed like they were struggling to do so. So it'll be interesting heading into this next game if the Embers can pick up some of that consistency on the counters, because if they're not converting on the mistakes of the Ravens, they're going to stand no chance here.
And every goal for the Ravens that last game was assisted. 5 goals, 5 assists, playing completely together as a team, and that's a dangerous Ravens team if they're all playing together in that way. And it's going to be hard to stop them on that defensive side. Oh my gosh, 2 bumps. Mix tries to slot it up high, but couldn't quite get it on target and cleared away by Drax. Really looking for someone to step up on the offense, I think, for the Embers is the biggest thing we need to see in this game, too, is someone to really show that they can have some levels to this offense, that they can really be dangerous, because I just don't think the Ravens feel very threatened by this Embers offensive attack.
Absolutely not. And the only player on the Embers that's really got any power on offense is Speed, and he just absolutely bodied the entire Ravens team to get that pass out mid. Speed really showing like what he's capable of here. What a good play to bump out the defender and give it to Drax.
Good infield pass from that back wall. It's very something very good for the Embers to start with here in game 2. They really need to get a hot start. And now they're going to need to play some really solid defense because I don't expect the Ravens to not score a goal in this game. But right now, looking a little awkward in the midfield. Speed's going to take his time, but Elite is already there. And that is a whip on the goal line, almost getting punished. And Drax going to get demoed for taking his time. Elite almost getting a crazy double touch off the back wall, but that's going to be pinched away back to the Ravens side now, as Ethan's going to have to go up and take control of this. Gets a great dunk over another Embers player. The Ravens are just stopping every push or attempt to try to create a play on their defensive half.
Absolutely they are. This is just the Ravens. They may not have scored, but they are putting some pressure up now. We'll see if that's enough to convert on. A little pinch coming across, but they're putting up good pressure. It's just not really been too many like high quality direct scoring chances yet, and they do need a goal.
With 3 minutes 15 coming around on the horizon right now, the Ravens have some time, but at the same moment you don't want to let that sit for a while, because eventually you start getting lulled to sleep, and Aleutian is not lulling right now as he puts in a great goal off the dunk by himself.
Yeah, Aleutian beat 2 players there. The Mav player coming alive in game number 2 here. And they're really looking to take this game and make it more interesting here. They're not looking to go down 3-0.
And hopefully this isn't a case of the Ravens just getting a little overconfident or maybe just a little too comfortable, but I still think with its time left, it's not outlandish to think the Ravens can come back in this. So 2 minutes 30, I think the Embers really have to stay on their game and keep playing strong as they are right now. But you have to be very wary because these Ravens, they are good. They got here for a reason. And now, Mix, not quite getting a touch, but Speed to the wall, double tap, and get another one. That's great triple touch, 3-touch play right there, but if England's going to get a demo, and that's a free shot that Elite is going to put away, and now we are within 1 raid, and this lead did not stay very high for very long.
Great demo by Ethan to really create that space, and Elite is just there to pot that free open net. Beautiful shot. And now we got half the game to play, and it's only a 1 goal. The Embers did so much to get those first couple goals, but now this last 2 minutes is what matters. Can they hold this lead?
Looking already starting with that pressure from the Ravens on their side. Oh, that's a demo, and that's a free chance as Ethan's going to put it away, and just like that, not even 15 seconds have gone by since we talked about them being down by 2. It is tied up.
Yeah, as we were saying, great play by Elite and Ethan to really create that pressure, and it was an easy open net shot, and my question was answered. They cannot hold this lead, and with like just under half the game to play here, the Ravens, they really need, the Embers really need another goal here, and they look like they fell asleep.
Whew. That was almost a really insane flip reset pass there. Just unfortunately could not quite get the finishing touch on it. Running out low on the boost, but right now the Embers are really stuck on their defensive side again, resembling kind of like the end of game 1. They really need to find a way to break out and keep threatening the Ravens on their defensive half to not let them keep this pressure on them. Speed's there, gonna try to take it off the wall, but now finish. Drax with a shot. No one looks like they're ready. Elite's gonna make the last second save. That's off the crossbar for Aleutian. Couldn't quite slot it underneath. And now Mix is going to get a clear out and take some control.
Yeah, good play there by Mix to really relieve this pressure here. He continues to retain possession here. Elite able to kick it back in, and this is great pressure here by the Ravens. They recover from that defensive play, and now they have all the control once more.
Yeah, I'd say each Ravens player has just had their own standout moments right now, too. I've seen Mix doing all sorts of great plays out of the back end. Elite has made some great passes and just great offensive attacking moves, and Ethan's been getting demos, bumps. This Ravens team has been playing really well together as they're going to put in another Elite to Mix. This is a 3-2 game.
Yeah, and the Embers, they get those first couple goals, they get some pressure, and now they look completely overwhelmed here, and all that lead, all that work is all for nothing here, and they need a goal in 48 seconds if they don't want to be fall behind 0-3.
That they do, Raid, and oh my, that pinch, but there's definitely going to be enough boost in their tank to get back for that one. But Embers, time taken away, you cannot lose this game. You're going to have to attempt that reverse sweep, and we know how hard those are to come by in a best of 7, especially with the odds against the team you're playing against. You really want to give yourself the best chance, but right now the pressure is on their side, and they cannot seem to make quite contact to break out. That's a good play from Speed to take his time. But Ethan's going to quickly pinch it away off him. Illusion trying to get a good pass middle. Cleared out again by the Ravens. Another setup chance from the Embers. Speed pops it over, but this is a little awkward. Drax is up and gets a beat on one. Illusion's there. Touch. Going for a double, but Mix is going to clear away. Drax putting it up to 0 seconds, still keeping it up in the air. Big clear again from Ethan onto the Embers side. They just keeping this one up. They don't want this game to end. But Elite is going to end it finally for the Ravens, and that is a 3-2 win in our technical game 3 of the series.
Yeah, technical game number 3, that one game advantage puts the Embers in a horrible spot, down 0-3 by series score, which means they need 4 straight wins here, and they're struggling to get even 4 straight goals.
That's the exact amount they would have needed to win this game, but unfortunately they got half of that, and my goodness, the Ravens, 7 demos, a lot of pressure and physical play coming out of them throughout the series. We saw in the last game a few demos and some bumps being impactful, and the Embers, they're just really having trouble keeping pace at some points when the Ravens turn on that pace and turn on that offense. It just seems like the Embers cannot do what they need to do to be able to just slow them down or keep them out of their own net.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just it's just they're unable to be consistent enough defensively to shut this team down, and they can't really get a ton of offense. They had a couple of good chances this game, but they weren't consistent. And if you're not consistent the entire 5 minutes against a team like the Ravens, you're going to get punished for it. And they got punished by having that lead completely disappear here. And here we go. Game number technically 3, but game number 4 in terms of series score here between the Embers and the Ravens.
Embers facing their match point elimination right now for the grand final. If they lose this, they are the second place finisher for this entire single A playoff bracket, and the Ravens in a very comfortable spot, a very expected spot for them. Oh my, just going for the demos on the roll-in play. The Ravens already starting out with that physical play, and Embers, that's a good clear from Drax downfield. Something they're really going to need a lot of is those big clears to relieve a lot of pressure, but a double commit there is not going to be good for them. Drax is definitely going to have to turn around. No boost, though. Let's see if he can do anything with it. Oh, mixed past Ethan too far. Elite's there! That's off the crossbar, but Ethan's going to finish it, and now the Ravens once again taking the early lead in this game.
Yeah, and as expected, the Ravens are just unrelenting. Good play by Elite to get that to Ethan, and Ethan makes no mistake on the shot here. And we're only 45 seconds in, and the Ravens already have the Embers seem like they've been on the back foot pretty much every game, but a beautiful play off the kickoff. As I'm talking about the Embers being on the back foot, they even this game right up. Good kickoff by Drax and a good follow-up by Illusion.
A great follow-up and a very much needed one for the Embers to quickly even this game out and keep it basically 0-0 for themselves at this moment. They're really keeping their chances alive with that one. And now the Ravens have to do what they just did and get another goal back and try to ice this game right here in a sweet fashion. Mix is there. Speed going to meet him in the air. Some good quick challenges. Going to need a lot more of that if they want to really be able to maybe turn some things around. Drax is up, but Ethan is just so fast to that ball. Beating him out and getting it downfield. Illusion's there. Is not going to get a good touch, though. Elite almost punishing for it. Oh my, a shot to the back corner is going to be a double commit saved by the Embers. And now the pressure is really starting to build for this Ravens team, but Drax with a big clear in the midfield.
Yeah, they're holding off almost a great dunk goal by Drax, but he doesn't quite convert here. And the Ravens, they look like the better team still, but they need to stop being sloppy or they could easily find themselves falling behind here.
Oh, just a shot, just a little too high for it, but I think it's taking a little too much time at some of these points because some of these shots are coming a little too close for comfort right now, but the Embers are getting the clear still, which has been very helpful for them so far. Big clear across the field there is going to leave Ethan with a free ball. Drax another clear. They're kind of just testing him right now on the defensive side, and that's a good chance for Drax. It's just going to go over the top, but the follow-up from Illusion is there, and now the Embers are up by 1.
Yeah, what a play by Illusion. He's really coming into this situation and putting his best foot forward here. A nice little brown pinch shot up top. I thought that might have hit crossbar, but it did not here. And as I said, the Embers, if the Ravens keep making mistakes, they're going to get punished for it, and the Embers now have a lead.
And they got to hold that, but the last time we saw them with a lead, they weren't quite able to keep ahead of it till the last, well, they weren't able to stay ahead, not even into the last 2 minutes, and now they got to keep one for 2:30, and Ravens are pressuring already. That is not a fun thing to be on. Elite already there, but Ethan is back, probably coming off a demo. It's over. Drax is going to get the touch off his own backboard. But again, the Ravens keeping the possession on that attacking offensive side, just trying to make the Embers as uncomfortable as possible. Lucian's there, gonna get a follow-up too. Not quite anything. The Ravens have had their chances, but they've not quite been able to get the quality opportunities they were getting in the last couple games so far.
Yeah, absolutely here, as it's really just been a situation where they're not really getting as quality opportunities as they were getting previously. A beautiful pass coming out by Speed, and Illusion pots another goal. Illusion with 3 goals in this game. The Mav player coming up huge when it matters. And the Embers have a 3-1 commanding 2-goal lead with 1:40 to play.
And this is exactly where the Embers need to keep using this offense to their advantage. And it seems like Illusion right now just coming alive is some really good news for them, especially in this game, as he's going to challenge in there. That pinch going way back to the defensive side. But this is the kind of momentum and I think momentum booster and team booster they need for this game is for one of their players to just come out and really help them pop off. And I hope to see the other teammates follow as they're going to save Mix's shot there. Very close on the infield pass again. The Ravens have had that so many times. And this is an open chance for Illusion again, who's going to put in another one. The lead extended to 4-1.
Yeah, Illusion with 4 goals. Oh my gosh, what a play by Drax to get it to him. But wow, Illusion's stepping up big when it matters.
Definitely going to be happy about this game and trying to replicate the success they've had a lot in this game as well throughout the rest of the series, but they're going to have to do it 4 more times, and that was almost another dangerous fast play from the Ravens. I don't know how many more you can put up with those in a series without them going in, but I'm sure the Embers are hoping they can get away with a few more, especially with Illusion playing this way. And now Embers really aggressing on their offensive side, pass back. I always like seeing players that pass the ball back. It usually means that they're really thinking about controlling and getting the ball back to their teammates. Illusion's going to be up. This is a bit pressurous and dangerous right now. All the Embers are kind of jumping around in their side. But with 30 seconds left, Raid, I think the Embers are probably going to tap this as... Oh, the shot rings off. Ethan had to make that one to be able to give the Ravens a chance to be able to come back in this game. But I think this is an Embers victory for this one.
Yeah, it is. A Speed pots another one, and this game's really falling apart for the Ravens. They're just... I feel like they got comfy with that 3-0 lead, and they gave some extra space. They weren't giving any grace. They were giving too much grace to these guys, and to be honest, the Embers have stepped up in a way that I didn't even expect, and we'll see if they can continue this into the next game.
We have also seen a few shots for the Ravens that just have had pretty good opportunities, but just didn't go in, and Ethan's going to put one in there now. 4 seconds left. It's almost pretty much impossible to even come back from this. I wouldn't even want to think that the likelihood of them even trying to come back from this is even
Yeah, it's
possible,
not.
but
I would say it's not possible at all. I saw a message in the chat about Illusion having 1,000 points. He's not quite there. He's sitting at about 700 here. Definitely a really big scoreline for this Mav player here. And they take it. Embers with a commanding Game 4 victory here to cut the lead to 3-1.
And now, if you're the Ravens, you really gotta get back to what you were doing before, which is getting dominant. I mean, even they had a lot of shots still. Ethan with 8 shots. But the biggest problem here is they weren't going in. Still, all of them assisted. And the Embers, on their assist side, all goals being assisted. So a lot of the time for these teams right now, it's been passing plays just really opening up their offenses.
Absolutely. And it really seemed like what the Ravens did so successfully against the Embers in the first few games was really what the Embers did to beat the Ravens here. They were connecting on passes. Illusion with 4 goals. 3 assists by Drax, pretty much all on the Illusion plays. Like, every single goal that the Embers got was assisted on. And I think that really speaks to how they were scoring this game. And if they can keep that up, they can make it competitive, because the Ravens didn't really seem to have an answer to it.
And Ravens, one thing they have going for them is they know they've won 2 already in today's matchup. They only need to win 1 more. And right now they have 3 more chances to do it, and I don't see why they can't. And as we're moving into this game 5, I should say, I look to see the Ravens probably play a bit more cleaner, try to look for each other a bit more, and take advantage on that offensive side like they were doing a bit earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see here, because I think that was kind of a wake-up call game for the Ravens, that they need to win 1 more to really close her out, and we'll see if they can do so here. Because that game really scared him, it seems. As a beautiful pass made by what was that pass by Ethan? Absolutely gorgeous. Hit it into the corner and then doubled it off the corner wall to mid to mix. What a beautiful play. And now it's a 1-0 lead for the Ravens just 15 seconds in here.
Just a great control and a great read on the ball there, putting it in the corner, knowing exactly where it was going to be. And Mix just having the trust in his teammate to make that play and being ready for it. Finish it off. And the Ravens, this is the kind of play the Ravens have been making all season. Just crazy pass plays to each other that just, you can't read. Oh my. Drax trying to go out the ceiling. Does get in the way of one on the defensive side for the Ravens. And Mix isn't going to get a touch there with that little bit of physicality being in the way. But that, it looks like a pretty open chance for someone to come take it. And it's going to be kind of given away in the midfield as Elite trying to make a awkward 50 play, but just not really quite had a control on the situation right there.
Yeah, it does not really have the control necessary here as Illusion tries to pop that one up for a teammate, doesn't quite do so here. And this has really just been a game where I've only seen a couple of good offensive plays here by the Embers, whereas the Ravens have constant pressure. Beautiful beat by Speed. Wow, what a solo to pop that through and tie this game up.
And Elite thinking he had a little bit more time than he did, but Speed coming out of that corner, a little surprising for him, and he's going to get that beat and just make a great solo play out of it. Really taking the Ravens by surprise there coming out of the midfield when they thought they had a chance pushing back to the offensive side.
Yeah, definitely a play created off of a little bit of over-aggression here, and the Embers coming alive. Speed in particular, another shot coming off from Speed, but a beautiful save coming out from Ethan. Ethan with a nice beat on 1, but Drax is back here, and just absolute pressure by the Embers here. Another one off the ceiling by Speed, but Mix is there to cut it off. The Embers coming alive here. Beautiful shot by Drax through. Embers with the last 30 seconds of constant pressure get one through. And now they have the lead with 3:30 to...
These Embers are starting to look real hot. They're starting to look real hot, Raid, and if they keep playing like this with each other and getting this confident, because I am seeing a lot of confidence from this team right now when they're on that offensive side, especially with the Mav player, they are doing great in terms of that, just being able to trust each other and go for these plays. And Ravens are kind of seeming a little off pace, I'd say, a little flat-footed, I'd say, in this game from what they're seeing from the Embers. Is that just gonna go in? Illusion with the long snipe across the field. The Ravens are down by 2 in this game 5.
Yeah, it seems like, as someone put in chat, that the Ravens need to wake up. The Ravens really need to wake up. They are not the same team that took that 3-0 lead, and now they're down by 2 with 3 minutes to play. It's still doable for them, but the momentum is clearly in favor of the Embers.
There's no way we have reverse sweep scenario here. I would not believe it before I saw it, and right now Embers are proving us that they have a very good chance of getting there, but the Ravens, oh my, Speed with just some insane speed, and that's a great shot, but it's gonna bounce away. No way, Drax couldn't quite get it in. Mix on the rotation is gonna accidentally backflip there, and an opportunity kind of missed out there for the Ravens. Drax, another great clear, and my goodness, the Embers putting on some great offense and also being able to hold out on the transition from the Ravens as well.
Yeah, oh my. Double for Drax!
Oh my gosh, Drax!
Woo! Absolutely gorgeous play by Drax. Dealing double into another double. Wow! Drax coming alive with the mechanics here. And with 2 minutes 20 to play, the Embers have a 4-1 lead.
And this is the kind of pop-off we need from these guys too, from the Embers, is just having these players be able to show their mechanical ability and go for those crazy plays that are hard as heck to read for a team, especially if they're not expecting it. Because we've seen a lot of pass plays from the Embers, we've seen a lot of just trying to make sure they keep possession, get the ball to their teammates. Not going to make contact on that one, Illusion running out of boost, but right now with these solos, they're really popping off and catching the Ravens off guard, not ready for the...
Yeah, the Ravens defense is kind of crumbling with these solo plays. Like Drax, Speed, and Illusion all had really good solo efforts, and the way the momentum has shifted here is absolutely amazing, as the Ravens are just gasping for air.
A little pass there from Ethan, but not going to be able to do anything with it again. And that's something we've been seeing from the Ravens a little bit more. Is they're getting those transitions out, but they're not making the connections at the end of it. They're not making the connections to get themselves back on the offensive side. Right there, Mix trying to meet in the midfield, but Illusion already there to cut it out. And now Drax with great patience there, just waiting for that Mix touch to go ahead and go up for it. Running out of boost, can't chase Elite down, but Ravens starting to try to get some 50s and get some smaller wins in the midfield to get themselves back on the offense, and it seems to have worked now as the Embers have finally found themselves on their defensive half.
Yeah, Embers now got to try to put some defense on here, because it might be a bit of a lead, but it's not enough if they're going to be scoring like that. What a play by Ethan. Ethan beats one clean, beats two clean. That's almost a straight goal, but it bounces out from midfield. Illusion is stunned, and a free goal coming out here for Elite. And 2 goals, 47 seconds is doable, so definitely not time for the Embers to follow here, as they got to hold this lead.
I like to see the Embers with that confidence still. They cannot let that confidence die, as that's a big play from Illusion not to be able to get there, but Drax is going to be on it quick to keep Elite from making it dangerous. But that's an open chance, I believe, from Speed. A great bump from Illusion, and now they keep that 3-goal lead.
MVP Illusion, what a bump to create an open net opportunity for Speed, and all that fear of a possible comeback has now kind of gone away, because 3 goals in 33 seconds is really due here, and the counter from being scored on to immediately putting up the pressure again is amazing to see. But as I say that, kickoff, good win by Elite, but he cannot convert on it here. That's something that's going to haunt him in his dreams, as Illusion is up for this one, trying to put it to the corner, but just absolutely gorgeous play there by the Embers. They're lucky not to get punished in that last sequence, but they're continuing to hold down defensively here as we come into the last 10 seconds.
That's what we were saying at the end of the last game, is that the Embers can really hope that the Ravens just aren't quite hitting their shots as perfect as they have been, which has kind of been the case a little bit in this game too as well, but they've also put pressure on themselves by going down in these games against Embers, which also makes it easier to play that defense, because some of those shots are not as well thought out. They're not as well planned as we saw the Ravens doing earlier in the series. But right now, the Embers, they have 2 wins in the series now, and they just need 2 more to take it, and they will have reverse swept the Ravens.
Yeah, and if I'm gonna make a really bold assumption. If the Ravens do not win this next game, if they lose 3 straight to put themselves in an elimination spot, there is no chance they win Game 7. So I think with Ravens, they need to treat this next game as the critical one, because to come into a Game 7 after losing 3 straight and winning it takes a level of ice in your veins that I've seen from no one other than Moist Gaming and RLCS. So if they go down, if they lose 3 straight and go to 7, they are not going to win that, I don't think.
I feel like this next game, the Ravens are gonna really tell themselves, all right, we need to solid it up. We need to get the comms right back to perfect. We need to get everything back to what we were doing. Focus on our game plan. Focus on what has been working all season. Focus on making touches to each other and making great plays around each other. Because right now, I think they're more worried about what the Embers are doing to them rather than what they're doing to the Embers.
Absolutely, here as we commence here game number 6. Yeah, this all important game number 6 here as Mix trying to make a play on Drax. A beautiful flick, gorgeous play soloed by Mix to beat out 2 defenders and pot in that.
And we've seen Mix earlier with some great plays on the sidewall, making those and just cutting in. No one to challenge, hitting him on the back foot. That flick is nothing but perfect in that scenario. And now the Ravens, again, they've had quite a few of these opening goal leads. Let's see if they can maintain it and build off of it as this game is gone.
Yeah, we shall see here as a beautiful pass out mid.
Oh yeah.
And that's another goal. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say the Ravens really want to throw because they've come out flying here in game number.
Man, that small touch from Ethan just to hit it off the backboard one more time really messed up the defensive for Drax and Illusion, both expecting that ball to come into their read zone, but it immediately changed course, and from then on there was no one who was going to stop that mixed shot. And
yeah,
the Ravens taking off, and oh my, Ethan, almost an insane double over basically the entire Embers defense right there, but saved away and almost a chance on the counter from the Embers. But right now the Ravens are steaming in this game, and the Embers, they need to cool them off quick. What a read from Drax. Oh my goodness. Elite on the side. But right now, as a minute passes, Raid, we're looking at the Embers, and they are not able to get these opportunities that they were getting earlier, and the Ravens have a lot of pressure.
I think it's less to do with how the Embers are. This is the Ravens that we saw in the first. And I don't think if the Ravens can play like this, I don't think the Embers have a shot. And another beautiful play comes out. Ethan did a gorgeous play to create the pressure, mixed with the play to create the pressure, and then Ethan 50s it off sidewall, and then Elite pots in the free goal. And the pressure, the difference between this game and the last couple for the Ravens is insane. They've really come alive when it matters here, and now they have a 3-goal lead.
They've been doing a good job of just beating players on when they have the ball possession on them. Mix has just been doing it most of the time this game, just getting a lot of these touches on the sidewall that are just so hard for the defense to read and make a decision on. And Ethan and Elite have just been so great on that offensive side, just knowing when to go for things, when to make plays, when to go for a shot, when to make a pass. They have just been great, as Ethan's going to get an insane double touch off the wall and clear him away. And right now, Embers still looking for their first in this game 6. Down by 3 with 3 minutes left. They're really going to need to do something here. Speed might have the answer. Oh, I gotta say, I feel like that might have been a bit of a wasted opportunity there for him, Raid.
Yeah, that's one that if you're the Embers, you really need to get, especially because they need to start cutting into this 3-0 lead, or it's going to become really difficult really fast here. We're just about at the halfway mark. If the Ravens can score 3 and half the game, so can the Embers, but they really need to get on that soon, because as the time ticks away and the pressure mounts, it'll be harder and harder.
And right now, the Ravens just do not want to make this easy at all for the Embers. They just keep challenging and making every time they want to make a play. They're putting someone there, they're getting someone in the face, they're getting someone on the ball, making you have to touch the ball and not be able to have time to think about what you want to do. And right now, it's really eating at the Embers, especially on their defense right now. They just cannot really find each other on that backside to get out. They just have to get those booming clears to buy themselves some time. That ball's going to sink back to their side again, just not getting any offensive opportunities for the Embers. They're just really getting shut down before they can even get started.
Yeah, when the Ravens have 3 times as many as the Embers have shots, it really shows the pressure here, and I don't see that changing. Now they have 2, so I'll give them that. Now they're one behind in terms of shot to goals ratio, but they're not going to win if they have less shots than the other team has goals.
I don't know if it's even at the fault of the Embers, because now a great pass from Speed over to Drax, but the Ravens have been playing so aggressive and just making these plays so hard to come by that finally they have the opportunity to get one, and they definitely needed to put that one away, Raid, because they have 2 more goals they still need to get back, or they are going to be put back into that second place for single A.
Yeah, the predicted position that people think is going to happen here, and I think this was more the series for the Ravens to lose than the series for the Embers to win, because the Embers have been an underdog the entire way along. 2 goals in a minute, it is doable, but with the quality I've seen from the Embers, it's difficult here. Ooh. A missed shot there by Drax, a complete whiff. He follows up on it, but it's still just in that corner here. As the more time ticks down, as the harder an opportunity this is. Illusion tries for the shot, but doesn't quite get it here. And the Embers, they really need a goal here, and they're not getting it here as the time ticks away. We're approaching the 30-second mark here in game number 6.
Trying to find each other again, but the positioning of the Ravens right now is just really shutting them down once again. They're just not letting the Embers find the places that are easier for each other to read and get back to, as Drax, again, not be able to make quite the right position or read on that ball, just because he's not expecting it to have to be banged out because his teammates getting pressured and not be able to take time to make a good play off of it.
Almost a beautiful shot coming out from Elite, but a nice save coming out. And as the 10 seconds count down, I think it's safe to say that the season 17 champions for A-League are the Ravens here. As this ball stays up, no chance for a comeback though, as this game has been sealed here. They're keeping it up for fun, but nothing they do will matter here. Ravens take the season. Big upper bracket run. 4-1 in the first round, 4-0 in the second round, and now 4-2 in the final.
And a little bit of a scare for the Ravens midway through, but the Embers, we wanted to see them put up a little bit of a fight, and this is exactly what we got. And I also got a correct prediction, thank goodness for that. 4-2 for the Ravens, all the way to 6. And you gotta respect the Embers' effort, and Illusion being quite amazing for being a Mavs sub up for them as well.
Yeah, Illusion played out of his mind the entire series. And considering the situation he was put in, you couldn't ask for more. You could even make an argument he played a better series than I think I saw Drax play. It was close, but just absolutely fantastic play. The Embers made it closer than anyone expected them to. A valiant effort for sure. And a great win here for the Ravens, as they were the favorite all season, pretty much, to win A-League, and they complete that.
And I'm going to say, what a great win for the Ravens, finishing off a great season for them. And now, even without one of their star players, T-Man, and Ethan coming in and still be able to get business done, just showing how good they are, all 4 of them together. It doesn't matter which roster, they are dangerous, and they are championship-worthy players. And congratulations to the Ravens on a great season in A and winning that championship.
Absolutely, and we're just going to take a short break, about 10 minutes here, and then we're going to be its match of the night, which is a double-A match between the Avalanche and the Warriors. You won't want to miss it. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the RLPC. We are back from this short 10-minute break here, and I have with us two of the champions for A-League here in Elite Inferno and Mix. How are you guys doing?
Doing good, doing good.
Congratulations on the chip. What did you guys notice in that game? What were your big takeaways?
Uh, that they really couldn't keep up. Once we stepped on the gas and actually, we're being aggressive, it was just a lot easier. Which you could tell when we started losing, we weren't really being that aggressive. You saw less offense, and they started winning, scoring a lot more.
I also
Fair
want to talk.
enough.
Let's go. I'll go ahead, and I also want to talk to you guys about the season and coming through this bracket. Like, how are you guys feeling at the beginning of the season with this team and with the chemistry you guys had, and then going into playoffs as well to piggyback off it? How'd you guys feel coming into playoffs, going through the bracket and stuff, going against these teams? Was there anyone you were kind of worried about?
I knew that the Titans were good the first time we played them. And I wouldn't say like we fairly beat them the first time we played them because we did have a double-A sub down in that game. But going into that game against the Titans, I really thought it would have been closer, but just ended up not being. So once we swept them, we had all the confidence we needed.
Definitely a confidence boosting game beating a big team like that.
Say going into playoffs, we really had no worries. I wasn't here at the start for these guys, but when I did come over, it was nothing but chill, and we weren't too worried about many teams besides Titans, like you said.
Fair enough. Was there any extra nerves going into this finals knowing you didn't have T-Man?
Yeah, there definitely was. I knew that like I know that Ethan's good, but we just haven't really played with him at all during out the season where it's just me, Elite, and Ethan. So I knew that we'd have to try to do some new things that we don't usually do with Team Man, and it seemed to work out.
Yeah, Ethan really did come alive for you guys. That was awesome to see. I know he's a quality player, but he really hadn't played a ton in the season with you guys, but he really came together, and when you guys really had it turned on in those first few games, you really showed what you guys were capable of with the passing and the pressure, and it was awesome to see. Congratulations once again. I will let you guys go celebrate and enjoy the rest of your evening. Congratulations once more.
Thank you. You too, man.
Good job, boys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And as we're talking, where the lobby is up here, as we move into the next match here between the Warriors and the Avalanche. What are your thoughts going into this one, Musk?
Now, this is one of their double-A matchups here that is pretty interesting. Warriors coming all the way through the upper bracket, sweeping their way into the grand finals. Definitely a team you really need to look out for. Avalanche, just looking at season record comparing both these teams, very close. Avalanche ending in 14-4, and then the Warriors at 15-3. So these teams have been very successful throughout their entire season, and I'm not quite sure if they're both in the same division. I think they might have been, because I think Avalanche, if they made that lower bracket run all the way in, nope, they lost from upper bracket against the Warriors already. So this is a rematch later on in the bracket once again for the Avalanche.
Yeah, what was the series score of that first match between Warriors and Avalanche?
Warriors have swept every team they've played in the playoffs, and they were the first team that they swept. Avalanche getting 4-0 by Warriors in that semifinals one, and Avalanche being able to bounce back against Dukes, Vultures, and Jaguars throughout the lower bracket run that they made. But I gotta say, Raid, both these teams are really hot. The Warriors seem to have the little bit of edge that we saw throughout the playoffs so far.
Yeah, I would say the Warriors have the edge. The Warriors have been widely considered the best double-A team, and I think it's kind of been proven in that regard because they've kind of shown it with their statistics. The other teams that have given them the big trouble are eliminated. Like them versus Dukes was a heck of a match. I think the Dukes took it, but the Dukes aren't even here. They got knocked out. So I'm pretty sure they have a winning record against Avalanche. They also have a winning record in the playoffs against Avalanche. So Avalanche are most definitely the underdog. But there's been a lot of good underdog stories this season, so we'll see how the Avalanche respond.
And looking to get into this game, we also see a lot of the players for Warriors. Trash leading in goals, 63 goals for them, is going to have the highest amount of those. And also leading in assists, too, really creates a lot of opportunities for his team. followed up by Blasky, Bandit, and Sosa, who are all really solid players on that side. Then just looking at the Avalanche squad, you got Paper, Z, Mar, and Moss. Z with the top goals, but also Mar and Moss following up with 40, just on the dot, really keeping high-scoring teams going and just being very efficient with each other as well, as we are trying to get ourselves this game started.
Yeah, we're just waiting on the Avalanche to make it into the lobby. We will commence as soon as that is completed here, but as we're waiting, we can talk a little about predictions. I went first with the A-Match. You can go first here, Musk. What do you think the score will be for this game?
I'm going to do a little repetitiveness, and I'm going to say this one is going to go to 6, and I am going to take the Warriors, who have that one-game advantage as well, so starting in that game too. But I think they're going to be able to pull off the 3 wins they need, and I think Avalanche will have a little bit of fight, but I don't think they're going to be able to quite keep up with that pace of the Warriors.
Yeah, I'm going to agree in terms of who's going to win, but I'm going to say the scoreline's going to be different. I think this is going to be a 4-1 for the Warriors. I think the Avalanche take a game. I don't think they take more than a game. I think that the one-game advantage, along with 3 wins on their own, is going to be enough, and I don't think the Avalanche are going to be able to get more than 1.
Definitely would be fitting to the trend that the Warriors have set throughout this playoff, so just not letting anyone get any momentum in their series against them. But then again, we'll have to see how it plays. Championships have crumbled teams. They have also elevated teams to a whole nother level, so we're only going to be able to find out when we see these two teams play. But, I mean, is there anyone you have to look out for? And also, chat, get your predictions in, because we want to see your guys' predictions as well. But, Raid, who do you think is your standout player that Avalanche is going to really take a big step into this series?
I think that it's going to be up to, I think the Avalanche will have more momentum. They played more games, had that lower bracket run, but it's going to be very interesting. I'm just getting the prediction set up really quick, or it's already set up. My bad. It's going to be really interesting to see, because I think it'll be interesting, because I think this will be a situation where the Warriors have the advantage. They have the momentum. Like they've widely can be considered the better team, but it'll be a lot of there will be a lot of questions around whether this will be a repeat of the same or whether the Avalanche takes.
And just diving into some stats and stuff, the Avalanche were on a 7-game win streak coming into the playoffs, but Warriors quickly snapped that with this. And that is definitely something you got to look at with the Warriors. They have a strong mental from the looks of things. No matter who they're playing against, on what kind of momentum level, they just shut teams down when it comes to it. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Warriors sweep in this series as well. I could definitely see them coming out very strong and just not letting up at all. And Avalanche are really gonna have to find a spot in this game to place themselves so they can have a really good chance of getting a win in this series.
Yeah, as I'm giving the to join into the lobby, here we go.
Everyone
Game
want to check their ping.
number 1 here. Seems like the pings are okay, luckily. So we have the Warriors, Bandit, Trash, and Blasky versus Paper, Z, and Mar here as we commence with game number 1.
Paper has the lesser amount of series too for the Avalanche, so it'll be interesting what happens. But it might be a reason for a lot more success from them lately. But Bandit gonna clear that over to Trash. Trash gonna put that back down the field. Avalanche gonna have to retreat a little bit and reset up that play. But Blasky already there to beat Bandit, putting pressure on Z, but Z's gonna clear it out to the side and be able to get them out of some trouble. Gonna get another touch on the transition, but Blasky's already there putting it up to Trash. Trash, great touch off the ceiling, but Mar is there to be able to make that play and clear it down the field.
Yeah, great pressure so far by the Avalanche here. Flip reset out of his own end by Blasky. Can't really do much with it. Paper gets control. Paper with a nice flick past 1, trying to get that out to midfield. Can't quite do so, though, as Trash is there to cut it off. It seems like the pressure so far has been more heavily in favor of the Warriors, whereas the Avalanche have just had a couple of opportunities here.
The Warriors also getting really creative on some of these plays, like trying to make these very uncharacteristic touches, or not uncharacteristic, but very unpredictable touches that are really trying to catch the Avalanche off guard, and a lot of times they're being able to get them through, and eventually, if these balls keep getting through, one of them is going to be very dangerous and leave a very big chance as Trash did a really good job of staying patient and making Paper think about when he can challenge for that. Able to steal that boost and get a challenge on the ball. Such a big play like that that's so small on the field, but it means so much for a team like the Warriors.
Absolutely it does. As Blind trying to carry that out from his own end. Good pressure coming out from both sides. I think for this last little bit, though, it's been a struggle for the Warriors to get it out of their own zone. Trying to get that shot on, but coming out. Rash with a nice pinch out from his own zone here. Good pressure coming out by the Warriors now. Off that counterattack is a nice shot coming on from Blasky, and he puts it through. Blasky from Blind, and it's 1-0 with the play.
Beautiful Fennec, and Bandit just really forcing a play out of Mar there, and Blasky in a great position to take the offensive shot and put that in for the Warriors. Now with 3 minutes left, Warriors have that 1-goal lead, and it seems like they've kind of eased themselves in this series, just not really being too aggressive or trying to make too many mistakes. Just, oh my, double commit forced out there. That's going to be a low shot from Mar, and now tied up once again. I was going to say the Warriors trying not to make any mistakes to start this off, but they make one there. Is that double commit costing them big time right here?
Gorgeous drop-down touch by Mar, though, to beat out the defenders. He hits that forward, it gets blocked. He drops it down with the wheels of his car and puts it through. Beautiful play. Nice win on the kickoff there by Blasky, but an immediately counter coming out from Z. Bit of a mistouch by Z as an immediate counter. Trash. Good pressure coming on here by the Warriors, but a nice little block coming out from Mar. Good play by Blasky, trying to follow his own shot up, but he can't quite do so. A drop down by Blind, but it's target. Good plays coming out by the Warriors, just not converting on him as another play, another possible counterattack here.
Now, ball's gonna move to the side. Bandit is there, but a Warrior's gonna get a chance. Blasky can't quite get it under that crossbar. Probably was expecting a bit of a challenge. It looked like someone was gonna be able to be there to put some pressure on his shot, but didn't make really any contact. And now the Warriors kind of missing out on a chance for an opportunity, but gonna have to play some defense once again as the Avalanche on a counterattack. Trash without any boost, still able to take control of this ball and keep some possession. Another pinch for Blasky. A lot of these pinches being utilized. That's just open, but it rolls through. It's gonna be in. Mar gives them the 1-goal lead with 1:45 left. Sounds like Raid might be gone, so we'll keep going right now. But Bandit gonna take that kickoff, but Mar, great play off the back wall to finish up that play on the goal line. And now Warriors find themselves in a little deficit, and they're in danger of losing their first game in the entire playoffs.
Yeah, I am back here. My internet cut out for a moment there, but a nice play coming up from Blind, trying to drop that one down. Almost does so right to Trash, but cannot quite get it through. Blasky off the wall with a nice touch coming out, and Z is there to counter back the other way, though. And the Avalanche are doing a great job stopping this pressure. Another great pass out mid to Mar, but Amar getting blocked. Fantastic pressure coming out on the side of the Avalanche here. They're stopping the offense of the Warriors, and they're countering. But as I say that, Blasky to Trash right underneath the defender. And we're all squared up here for a minute to play.
You know, with that push-up, I almost thought the Warriors might have overcommitted a little too much there, but no one came through with the touch, and it just benefited them as they really confusing the defense, going low, getting that 50 through, and now with a tied-up game, a minute left, Avalanche, they really want to get this early win to get a chance to even the series out with that 1-game advantage. You don't really want to take that 2-game down, so they really need to make the most of this opportunity being this close with the Warriors right now. Z's going to be up for it. Paper trying to get back to it, but he's going to be able to make a touch, and now Z is out of boost. This is something you don't want to see when they're trying to get their offensive push going, is players out of boost without not able to capitalize or be able to stay involved in the play, especially at crucial moments. But now coming back, they were able to maintain it on that side. But the Warriors just being so stingy right now with the play, and a lot of patience right now from both teams, just not really forcing anything too dangerous on one another, just waiting for the opportunity to make the safe play to the best of their team's benefit.
Yeah, another almost decent counterattack play by Mar, the offensive juggernaut for this Avalanche side here. But as the clock counts down, ball not quite dropped, but if it does drop, we'll be into overtime here, but they're keeping it up here. Nice play by Trash to try to get it on target, but it will drop. Overtime here in game number 1 between the Avalanche and the Warriors.
Game 2, counting the 1-game advantage now for the Warriors, but again, we cannot stress enough how much of an impact this would have for the Avalanche to win the game. But a great shot coming in from the Warriors. Bandit couldn't quite put it in. Trash not in the best position for that, but this is a chance for a counter. Paper just not able to make the slight touch he was looking for. Gonna go for that demo on Bandit, but Bandit's gonna get it touched away, and a little bit of looseness on the ball there in the corner. Not quite able to get good control of it, but Blaski's gonna clear that away, and Mar past middle now. Paper a little slow getting there. Bandit's gonna beat him out to it. Bandit going for the bump on Mar, but Mar not quite able to get that all the way out of their side, and now it looks like the Avalanche are gonna have a bit of defensive stay in their half right now.
Yeah, it's really just been offensive pressure here for the Warriors so far. But knowing my luck with my caster's curse, this could immediately turn around. The Avalanche looking on the counterattack here. And I just got... That is like the 3rd caster curse of the game. Wow. The Avalanche off an immediate counterattack will pot the 3rd goal, and the Avalanche take game number 1 here.
And now, going into this is exactly what Avalanche needed to start their journey in this grand final, is to even out the series 1-1 with the Warriors, and now they can look at it as, all right, we got 1 game under. If we get another, then we're really in good shape in this series, and the Warriors, they really need a bounce back after that first loss.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, the Warriors just lost their cushion, right? They had that 1-game cushion, now it's all squared up. So now it's 1-1, so there's 6 games to play, and one team needs to win 4 of those games, so it'll be interesting to see. So now we're all squared up. That advantage from being in the uppers means nothing, and we'll see if the Warriors have what it takes here in game number 2, because the game was back and forth the whole way along, but the Warriors struggled to convert, and the Avalanche converted on counters very, very frequently.
And right now, Avalanche also adding 6 demos, creating lots of physicality. Mar just doing everything on the field, really, that game. 659 points, getting goals, assists, saves, shots, demos, everything you need, really, to be that kind of player who is really going to irritate a team. It seems to have really benefited that Avalanche in that last game. Let's see if his performance keeps at the same pace throughout this series. It is definitely going to be very impactful for them. But as we go into game 3 right now, series tied 1-1, Warriors and Avalanche. We're about to get started. A little delay for the intense drama. And now, as we hit into kickoff, what are you really hoping to see other than not a kickoff goal at the start, Raid?
I'm hoping to see the Avalanche, the Warriors, do a better job off the counterattacks. They've struggled a bit on the counters. Their defense has kind of faltered a little. As Paper puts that shot up, but a beautiful save coming out here from Blind. So it's really just a situation where the Warriors, I know they're a very offensive team, and they're getting out pressured right now.
I think also need to be very confident in themselves. That's an open net chance. Trash is going to put it in, and that's the counters you were talking about, Ray. Just a quick transition, beating an overcommitted Avalanche team, and Trash is not going to miss those open nets.
Yeah, nice shot coming up from Trash. A good quick counter, something that they got punished for last game. They're doing a good job doing. And now the Warriors have a lead here. It's only 30 seconds in, but...
And now, looking at this Warriors squad, they really got to keep this up throughout the game. They can't really get complacent. You don't want to let the Avalanche get comfortable and get back into this. Just got to keep that pressure on and keep the confidence high. That's a bit of an awkward touch, though, from them, as the bump in net is going to let it just roll right in, and now we are even once again, just like in the last game, Raid.
Yeah, absolutely we are. It's just every goal seems to get countered. It's Mar once again. He's off all series long, and he continues with that.
More physicality.
Awesome goal.
Yeah, more physicality coming out. Once again, a bump in the net. We saw the demos for the Avalanche in the last game really being a big impact from Mar, and then there is just feeding off it or his teammates. And demos and bumps can really help benefit a team in a series, especially if they're using them at very good intervals. Especially right now, like it seems like the Avalanche are just picking these demos and these bumps at really good times, and they're getting some good pressure off it as they have pressure right now.
Yeah, good pressure, as you were saying, absolutely, for the Avalanche. But we'll see, because they got scored on off a bit of an overcommit and a counterattack here. We'll see if that could happen again here. Trash with a nice touch, bit of a touch backwards, which is awesome. Over to his teammate, Blasky with a beautiful play. Blasky with a heck of a flick. Beautiful follow by Blind. What a gorgeous three-man play. Beautiful touch by Trash to get that to Blasky. Blasky with the patience and a beautiful flick to Blind, and Blind makes no mistake on the shot. Absolutely gorgeous.
Just a great showing of control and just communication there from Warriors, and that's one of the things we want to see in our double-A matchup between them, and we'd expect to see is just being able to communicate and get those controlled plays down and working with each other so well. And now back on the offense, Bandit's going to put that pressure. Trash putting a dangerous one across the front of the face of the net for the Avalanche side, but they're going to clear that one away. And now Warriors back on their side, but they have that 1-goal lead and hopefully looking to hold on to it a bit longer than they've had.
Absolutely, they need to hold on it for longer than they have. This is really a situation where they need to either put more pressure on. A nice play coming up from Blind, but a good block coming out by Paper. Paper tried to pinch that one clear. Nice 50 as well, but Blasky is there to follow it up. Just good pressure coming out by the Warriors. They're really trying to hold this lead. Offense is the best defense, as you say. Nice play coming up from Blind to put that up there. But it comes back and Trash is there. Like every hit that the Avalanche are getting to put it back in is immediately getting put back in because they're just random. They're just giveaway touches on these clears. Nothing really coordinated.
Definitely, the Warriors really starting to just vice grip this game. And yes, Blasky scores another. You could just feel the tenseness of the entire Avalanche side as this was just going back and forth. They were just losing ground at play by play, and finally Blasky taking advantage of the rotations not being able to be quite back in time, and now the Warriors up by 2 with 2 minutes 9.
Absolutely, just good pressure here. This is the Warriors team we were expecting to see. Almost a great bump coming up from Blind, but he doesn't quite get it. So Blasky's shot is not quite enough to go through here. Great pressure by the Warriors. They're looking to add to this lead. They're not content with just 2 goals.
I think this aggressive play would really benefit them. You don't really want to let up the gas, because when you start letting up the gas, it leaves the opportunity for the opponent to get on their offensive attack and put dangerous shots on your net as well. And as you said, sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and I definitely think that you cannot stay on defense for a bunch of time, or else eventually teams are going to score. These players and these teams are just too good to let them just sit back and let them try to score on you. As Trash is going to take an insane air dribble up. It's going to be saved as he doesn't have enough boost to get the dunk. But the Warriors really starting to feel it now.
Absolutely they are, as they cannot let off the gas, and they're doing a great job. A beautiful pass across from Trash to Blasky, but it's not quite a shot on, and just unrelenting Warriors pressure here as we're in the last minute.
Now Blasky going to win that 50 in the corner. This should be open. Trash gonna slot another. This has been a great game for him, just really coming out aggressive on that offense. All 3 of them. Bandit was there for the chance, as was Trash. All of these players are just playing so well right now.
Absolutely they are. Absolutely fantastic play by all 3 Warriors players here. As we come into the last 50, it's safe to say with 3 goals in 45 seconds, it's technically possible, but very unlikely here. Warriors are looking to take that important 2-1 series lead and really take momentum here. As we're coming into the last 30 seconds, almost a shot on, but Blasky's there on the follow-up.
Yeah.
Blasky, beautiful shot, bar down. And now it's a 5-1 lead for the side of the Warriors.
An unfortunate miss off the back read for the Avalanche, and Blasky's just going to take that one and put it beaming on net. And now The Warriors have some big momentum going in through the rest of the series if they keep this up. This play and this pace that they are putting on is quite impressive, and the Avalanche are really going to have to look back at the drawing board and see what can they do to change some things. What can they do to slow down this Warriors attack?
Absolutely, this Warriors attack is definitely so much stronger than what was seen in Game 1. Maybe it was finals nerves, but they look so much stronger now. And it doesn't seem like the Avalanche have much of an answer as a 6th goal is going to be potted. Beautiful pass by Trash to Blasky. Absolutely gorgeous play.
And just the control. Trash putting it out there, and Blasky fitting the car in the perfect place just to put that right on the back left side. The Warriors are just putting these shots in such hard places for the Avalanche to save them that right now it's going to be so demoralizing with how good the Warriors are playing right now against them.
Yeah, absolutely, because the Warriors, they lost Game 1. They're like, we're gonna come back and we're gonna absolutely put on a show. 6-1 come game 3 victory, and now it's 2-1 for the side of the Warriors because of that 1 game advantage.
And now Blasky and Trash really just popping off, both over 600 that game, just creating so much for the offense, and Bandit still being involved as well, and also it looked more like he was staying back a bit to help balance out the counterattacks that were coming out of the Avalanche that were causing a bit of problems for the Warriors in Game 2. And now it seems like they're ready to get going back into that dominant Warriors team we've seen throughout the entire playoffs, and if they keep up this exact gameplay they had in this game, and we've seen these 4 to 5 goals a game, the Avalanche have not been able to have that offensive pressure to retaliate and really keep up with the Warriors. So they're going to need to find a way to shut them down, or they're going to get they're going to be walking home with the second place.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we're going into this very pivotal Game 4 because this is a game where if the Avalanche take it, they square up the series. If the Warriors take it, it's that pivotal 3-1 lead where the Avalanche can't afford to drop another game. So this is the most important game, arguably the turning point of this whole series here.
And the Avalanche gotta look back to that first game in Game 2 where they were already down by the 1. Really important for them to get that win as well, as it gives them the opportunity to stay in this series, but now they're staying on offense for a little bit, which is exactly where they need to be. They need to be getting some pressure, they need to be getting some plays moving through, and make this Warriors team have to play some defense without letting them go back on the transition. But Bandit is already up, and that's a double commit. I think 2 players jumping from the Avalanche. A good recovery there from Mar. Not going to have the boost to get back to it, but good 50 from Trash to keep that on their side. This is some things that we've seen from the Warriors a lot, is just turning and challenging and getting these plays that make it awkward for the defense to really clear it or get a good play out of their defensive half like they want.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really just like you can see the Avalanche have some space, but the Warriors are very quick to take that away. A beautiful pinch. Trash really has those coaster pinches down.
Series.
Yeah, as it goes in. Paper's able to immediately counter, but Blind is up to counter that, but Mar has some time. Not really the touch he wanted, though, as it immediately gets countered back here. It's almost a great opportunity, but nobody was there. Yeah, Blasky missing, and nobody on the Avalanche there either. So really just a play that could have gone for either side, but not quite there. A good 50 coming up from Paper, but both teams really just jawing for that first goal. I've seen opportunities on both. Blasky trying to dribble it in, but really just both teams just trying to figure out how to beat that defense.
Right now, Paper going to take that out of their defensive side, waiting on that goal line. Mars up, but this is starting to look a lot like the last game. Warriors the pressure, and then all of a sudden the shots just started coming, and there was no stopping them, as that one's just going to roll in and real slow. What even happened here in the midfield?
Yeah, Paper jumping for some reason. He was just jumping up and down. No forward momentum there, and just a very free goal. You don't see many of those up and double, and Trash is easily able to pot that. And now the Avalanche are in a hole here, and they need to bring this back.
Definitely one of the easier goals that the Warriors are going to be scoring in this grand final, I'm sure, but That's a bit of a wild touch there from Bandit, but at the same time, teammate was still ready for it, but he wasn't ready for that ball to go out to Mar, who's going to put a shot on. His being lights out for this team.
Absolutely great play coming out by the Avalanche here. A good pass
the paper
across
cut.
the paper. Mar, and Mar puts it through. Good cut by Paper to make that happen, and now we're about at the halfway mark and the game squared up again.
And that's a little stinger right there, those paper cuts. You really don't want to see those. And if he keeps doing more of that, the Warriors, their fingers are definitely not going to be feeling good by the end of this. Trash, not able to quite make the touch in the midfield, but a good pass to Moss, who's going to finish that one off. And now a 2-goal swing for the Avalanche now as the Warriors are finding themselves in a 1-goal deficit.
Yeah, the way this game has shifted is absolutely crazy. Good play by Paper to get that across to Moss. Paper getting the passes like crazy. Now both Moss and Mar have potted goals off of that. And we will see what will happen here.
Woo! Say both players getting involved can only mean good things for the Avalanche, but that is a very close call for the Avalanche on defense. Bandit was up, but not quite able to slot that through as the defense was there. Blasky taking his time on the corner. Gonna try to take it down. Paper is there again, but so much pressure from the Warriors. A big demo on Trash and a big, oh my, the fake from Paper pass to Mar. Oh my, they faked out Trash on the back and Mar scores another. The mind games played by the Avalanche here was insane.
Yeah, Paper faking to prevent the goal on. Blasky unable to counter. Paper to Mar, no mistake. Beats out Trash, as you were saying. And wow, what a sequence. And the sequence ends with the Avalanche with a 3-1 lead as we have just 2 minutes to play here.
And now, Paper is really popping off in this game. And the Avalanche really playing pretty hot. Having a very confident series going for them right now. Ooh, gotta be careful on those goal line defenses. We've seen a couple times where already once in this game, Warriors just got to overcommit goal off of it, but that's all they've had on the offensive side. We weren't seeing as much of a dominant performance this last game. Is that just rolling in again? It seems like Avalanche are doing what the Warriors did to them from last game.
Yeah, absolutely here. Just a crazy counterattack shot by Paper all the way down the field. And 3 goals, minute 18, technically possible, but the Warriors, like, they got their 1 goal this game, and they've been trailing in possession and been trailing in momentum ever.
Right now, Trash gonna try to take this off the side. A good 50 from Paper. Just been outstanding this game, and really a step up that the Avalanche really needed in this series. As Trash and Blasky were starting to look like they were just gonna start taking control of it, but now reducing that momentum, the Avalanche, even a miss coming out there from Blasky, and a good 50 on the wall. The pressure is building for the Avalanche now. They're getting a lot more goals than they were earlier in the series, and this is definitely something that they have to be happy about with their team moving forward on the offensive.
Yeah, to go from dropping 6-1 in a game to winning 4-1 the next is definitely really, really good. And it'll be interesting to see if they can get another one here, because the pressure has been, oh, wow, what a play by the Warriors. As I was counting them out, they were really quick to counter. Mar with a bit of a mistouch off the sidewall. He ended up 50ing, and it ended up going right out to Blind, and Blind makes no mistake on that shot. And with just 23 seconds to play, it's a 2-goal lead still for the Avalanche, so they're not too concerned. But they really need to hold this down here.
That's going to be another offensive chance for the Avalanche as well after that kickoff. And that's awkward on the goal line. Those situations are so scary, especially when you know someone's waiting for the mistake to come out. But we're just going to get away with it, but what they're not going to get away with is a win in the game, and the series is going to be tied 2-2, and the Avalanche are going step for step right now with the Warriors in terms of the record of this series.
Absolutely here. This game's been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and now heading into game number 5, we're all squared up 2-2. As I thought that game was pivotal, this game's really pivotal because one team's going to take that series stranglehold, and the other team's going to be put in a situation where they need to win 2 straight. So this game 5 is definitely super important here, and if I'm the Warriors, I need to figure out what is changing between these games because there's just no consistency. The Warriors really need to find that consistency on their offense if they want to be able to take this series, because the Avalanche seem to have an answer when they're not firing on all cylinders.
I mean, Avalanche, each game they've won have had a player just taking control of the game and just doing so much. And Mar and Paper right there, both of them getting involved on all aspects of the field, just passing. Paper with the playmaker for them, so big on the assist department. But the Warriors, you really got to look at that Blasky score of 88. We saw him popping off with Trash earlier, and a score of 88 really has to show that just the touches are either not quite coming where they be, or just not really getting anything on the offensive end that he was before. And we really want to see a step up from Blasky and the Warriors and getting him a little bit more involved in their gameplay.
Absolutely, here as the players are loading in game number 5, the very pivotal one. One team take that commanding 3-2 lead here as we commence Blasky versus Moss on the kickoff. Mar pops that one up high, trying to follow up his own touch, but a great clear coming out. Both teams still kind of really trying to figure out each other here. Who will be that team to get that pivotal first goal here? Good pass across to Moss.
Ooh.
Moss trying to put that one on, but can't quite. Good pressure coming out on both ends.
A bit of a double commit early there for the Warriors. You really want to see them calm down and kind of make sure they're sending one player who they need when they need to. And some aggressive positioning here from Trash. That's almost in. Good defense there from Paper. But now on the counter are the Avalanche, and that's where they've been pretty successful against this Warriors team. And Moss is going to have an open chance, and no one's going to back to save it. A mistouch from the defense of the Warriors there.
Yeah, just like Trash just missing an easy hit. He want that one back, and Moss is not going to make a mistake on that follow-up. And now it's the Avalanche who take that important first goal here. The momentum seems to be a little in their favor as of late.
Warriors in the last game got that first goal, and then it was just all Avalanche after that, and that's kind of how the game went for the Warriors in their 6-1. But I don't feel like that trend's going to continue, but the Warriors really need to focus on just staying calm, making sure they're getting the touches they need to, not trying to overcomplicate things too much, just play their game and be able to settle themselves in the series. They know they can beat this team and be very dominant. They just need to be able to relax a little bit, I think, and settle themselves down and realize that this is not, oh my, double commit on the goal line, a great shot, but really need to calm down and settle into these games and play a bit more with control. The Avalanche right now are feeling relaxed.
Yeah, the Avalanche are really looking for each other. They're connecting on those crosses passes as that was that infield that almost went through. Trash was in a horrible spot. He thought that was on target. It was not. And it bounces out to Moss for the freebie. Moss will take it because Trash was convinced that was on target and missed on his clear.
It almost looks like he's just trying to get the tiniest touch off to the side and just barely didn't nick it the way he wanted to. And now the Warriors, again, getting into a bigger deficit, and this one thing we've been seeing throughout the series is both teams, when they get that lead, they usually, or not even when they get that lead, if they start scoring multiple goals, the other team just not really able to bounce back and bring it back to even.
Yeah, we will see here. A nice play coming up from Blind, but Moss is there for, and the Avalanche, they just seem like they're a little quicker, a little faster, and the Warriors look like they're a little panicked. And this is a game where the Warriors, they need 2 goals here, or they have put themselves in a really tough spot here. Beautiful clear coming up, another great pinch. There's been lots of good pinches from both sides in this series here.
Bit of a good pass there from the middle, but I don't think they were ready for it. Warriors really trying to get the offense started, but it seems like communication or something is just a little off. But I really hope they figure it out as this team is so good. That's an open chance for Moss. It's a mistake off the defensive touch, and now 3-0 lead. They're looking to take a 3-2 lead in this series now if they continue this gameplay from this game.
Yeah, the Warriors look kind of sloppy, and the Avalanche are just punishing every mistake. 3-0. Still half the game to play, so it is possible to come back from this, but the momentum has just been so heavily sided in favor of this Avalanche squad.
The Warriors giving up a 4-1 loss in the last game, not really being able to have much offensive output. Really gonna be wondering what's going on with that offense. Like, they had such a dominant 6-1, but now not really able to find the rhythm that they've been able to find throughout most of the season. And Blasky is gonna be up trying to pass off to Trash. Trash takes it to the corner, gets a 50. No one's gonna be able to shoot him in, but Bandit's there with a great shot over the top, and that is exactly what you need to get started.
Yeah, what a play by Bandit. Trash with a nice 50 out mid to Bandit. Moss is caught backwards, cannot get the touch, and a beautiful shot by Blind. And now that lead has been cut by a third to 3-1 here, and with a minute 4 doable. And I hope this is a momentum builder if you're the fan of the.
The only problem for this Warriors squad sometimes is that they've only been able to score the one goal when the other team had the high leads. So looking to try to see if they can bounce back and get these extra goals in this series is going to be big for them moving forward. Some good pressure and good turns there, but Moss going to break out. Going to get a touch on Trash's hit downfield, but I think Bandit bumping paper on the side now. Mara down the field. No one's there. It's just open. Sorry, just a 3-goal lead.
Yeah, what a hit! What a beautiful shot from Mara, right over every defender. Top 90, and absolutely gorgeous play. And if I'm the Warriors, I'm worried because this is becoming a pattern where they've, in the last couple games, where they've just been outmanned, outgunned, outmomentumed. And with a minute left here in this very important, the Warriors are looking like they're going to go down 3-2, and they're going to need 2 straight victories in order to take this series.
And now, this is for AA Championship 2. Both these teams have been so close throughout the season, but it seems the Warriors just in these playoffs have been so class in terms of the AA standards for them. And now, we're really seeing a different side of them, and I personally would like to see them shake it off. I'd like to see the series be clean and with some more offense, but it seems like the Warriors just struggling to find that rhythm that they have.
Yeah, they really are struggling here as you're seeing the momentum is just kind of shifted, and the Avalanche, they're just all over the ball. They're getting consistent touches. They're making the Warriors panic, and as the clock counts down, it's safe to say that the Warriors are going to fall 3-2, fall 4-1 in the game, 3-2 in the series, and they're going to need 2 consecutive wins to win this, whereas the Avalanche take that commanding 3-2 lead here going into game number 6.
And now, the 3-2 for Avalanche. This is some big match for the Warriors. They really need this one. And Avalanche, you just see how well they're playing together. All players over 400, getting involved once again, and just it seems as the series has gone, they just each of them getting more and more involved with each other. And that last game, Trash and Blasky kind of reversing the roles that what we saw in their matchup earlier. They have lower points than Bandit now, and Bandit getting more involved, but it doesn't seem like we're seeing as much offensive pressure from Trash and Blasky.
No, we really aren't. I think that the Warriors, we know they're capable of crazy offensive pressure, lots of opportunities, lots of goals. But I really just haven't seen it these last couple games. And if there's ever a time that they need to turn it on, it's right now. Get to move into game 6 because they cannot afford to drop another game. They need to bring their A game for these next 2 games if they want to have a chance at this, because they drop even a single one and it's over.
Not just their A game, Raid, but their AA game as well.
Absolutely here. Game number 6 in this very competitive series between Warriors and the Avalanche. Avalanche with a 3-2 lead, looking to end it here.
They're just waiting on someone to be able to get into the lobby.
Whereas
paper.
Avalanche looking to take the series here. They need one more win, where Warriors, they need the next 2 straight here to take it. Kickoff goes kind of neutral. Blandit with a nice big shot up. Mar is there on the back with a nice touch coming on his part, but Blasky's immediately there to counter. Blasky looking for the shot on target. Back to Blandit. Bandit with the shot and a nice quick goal coming out for the War.
And it wasn't a transition goal. It wasn't like on off of the mistake necessarily of the Avalanche, but a great play made by Blasky to go for that 50, and it shoots out. And this is where the Warriors have been deadly, is waiting in position for those pinches out to the middle, waiting for those infield passes getting those hard shots on net. They've taken such great shots when they've had open looks. They need to get more of those throughout this game and be able to stall the Avalanche attack that we've seen throughout this. And this is a great way to start. Bandit, a little awkward in the corner. Oh my, the pressure from Avalanche to start as well. Just getting all over the Warriors on their defensive half, not really caring how far up they are pushed. And Warriors find themselves on defense again. The miss on that touch. Very unfortunate, but oh my, Paper trying to go for a doomsy, but it's a little quick for him to be able to catch up to. Trash the musty over the top. Moss is going to save it away with that great defensive touch. And now Paper pushing down the field, but Bandit is there. Blasky, the shot down the field. That's going to be off the backboard. This is a chance. Blasky going for the bump. Oh, trying to get the most insane touch I've seen near the net. And Trash past middle. And now the Warriors trying to keep up some pressure, but didn't get a goal out of it yet. But it's got to be a lot better than just sitting back on their defensive side watching the Avalanche push them, Raid.
Absolutely here. It's like the Avalanche are looking to get a bit of pressure here. They've been kind of on the back foot to start this game. We'll see if they can turn that around because they need a goal. They're behind here as we approach the 3-minute mark, and whoever wins this game, I think, has momentum. So if the Warriors take this, it'll be a lot of momentum because it's over. So it'll be really interesting to see what will happen here as Marr puts it through. A little bit of a gap in the defense on this, and it's immediately countered. Bit of a miss by Blasky, and Marr is there. A beautiful shot, and with 3 minutes to play, we're all squared out here. 1-1, 3 minutes, anyone's game here. Very pivotal game number 6.
And this is going to be the one thing that's been killing the Warriors, especially, is Marr. No hesitation, just instantaneous. Turn, boosted forward, and was just going. He was not waiting for the Warriors to try to make a play. He was just going to take that ball, and it's just been proving so lethal for them right now in this game. Tying it up. And now, again, the Warriors on their defensive half, they really need to see their offense shine a lot more and get a lot more pressure because it is so dangerous. But the Avalanche have been slowing them down and really been causing them issues on both ends of the field.
Absolutely they have been. It's really a situation where the Warriors just do not have an answer for some of these quick counters coming out by the Avalanche here. A beautiful clear coming out. Blasky caught awkward. Good shot by Moss, not quite on. Ball up in the air, but Trash can get there. Another cross from Moss to Marr, but another cutoff in the midfield. The pressure has shifted here. The Avalanche, so much pressure. That ball is up, not looking like it'll drop in, but a nice save coming out here from Trash. Just a ton of pressure on by the Avalanche on the Warriors here.
Maybe look to see a little bit more time taken from the Warriors trying to, after some of these offensive pressure plays come out, as now they have a really good time to get space. Marr is already there. Gonna need to either get a transition to a teammate there if you don't want to have something like that happen, or get a flick over, move that ball around the field quicker. But the Warriors, they're just getting that pressure, and they really need to make touches on the ball, as it's just gonna make it really hard for their team to feel trustworthy in them and their gameplay, and confidence is so important in these series. But that's a great shot from Bandit. A good pass from Blasky to give them the 1-goal lead at 1:22.
Yeah, what a play here by Blind to get it across. Blasky to get this across to Blind, and no mistake on that shot. Minute 22. Pressure been more in the Avalanche's favor, but the scoreline says otherwise. That lead, minute 22 for. We will see if they can do that here, as Blasky has in his own end. Trying to stall some time, can't quite do so. Ball floating around in the midfield. Paper with the shot off target. Oh, Paper with an opportunity, but he doesn't get it off.
And just the double commit on the offense there from the Avalanche didn't really leave any more options for Paper other than to really make a solo opportunity. But he was in a place where he had to just really take a shot or play the ball around the defender, and he opted for the second option, and it did a good job getting it around, but there's just no one to follow it. This really resulted in a dead play right now, and with 40 seconds ticking away now, the Warriors really just need to hold out and be able to stop this Avalanche from getting some good opportunities, and they should be able to take this all the way to be Game 7.
Yeah, but as anyone knows, stopping an avalanche is difficult here, so it'll be a tough final 26 seconds. A nice hit out mid, but Paper can't quite get it on target. Attempted pass midfield by Mar to Moss, but Moss is caught a little too put up. Trash puts the ball at midfield to Blasky. Blasky there, but a beautiful save by Mar. Great pressure coming out by the Warriors to try to end this thing. As the ball is just floating, nobody there to follow it up. Mar is there, but Mar misses. So many missed opportunities here right at the end, and up, and the Warriors take crazy game number 6. And now we're gonna head to Champions Field for the number 7, and wow, that was quite the sequence to end that one.
And we are headed to Champions Field, and just what we really need to see was a bit more action from the Warriors on their team. Blind Bandit again popping off, but Blasky getting a lot more involved, and so Trash not getting as involved as we've seen early in the series, but at the same time, Avalanche not as much play on the field of them getting involved on every aspect of it. We see all of them having at least some zeros in certain stat graphics when we've been seeing them with a bunch of filled stats throughout the entire series. And that's definitely something the Warriors have done really good at doing to minimize, is the Avalanche getting those stats, getting a lot of those impact plays on all aspects of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from a pressure perspective, I think the Avalanche have what it takes to take this last game, but the Warriors also can play off the momentum from this. It'll be a very close game 7, I'm pretty sure. I would be shocked if one team runs away with it. But we shall see here as we come in game number 7 on Champions Field here between the Warriors and the two juggernaut AA teams.
These are the big ones, Raid. These are the ones that you really are like, oh, I hope it doesn't go here, but at the same time, once you're in it, you're like, yep, this is it. And now it's going to be interesting to see how both teams go. Paper starting off hot, but Blasky saves it away quickly for the Warriors. And this game 7 already starting off with some offense for the Avalanche. Gonna opt to leave that. Trash takes a quick shot too. So a bit of risk coming out from both teams. I gotta say that defensive play going for that boost seemed a little questionable on my end. But maybe you've seen something I didn't.
Yeah, the offense from both sides look heavy. The count can happen for either side here. Pressure looking kind of in favor of the Warriors right now, but we will see as the ball is staying around. Beautiful save coming out here from Paper, but it's just been a lot of pressure on the side of the Avalanche, and the Avalanche did a good job making all those good touch out there by Trash to Blasky. Blasky is up. Blasky, is that on target? It is.
Blasky!
What a play from Blasky. Trash with a beautiful hit out to Blasky. 50's beautiful touch pop over Paper. Absolutely gorgeous. And now it's a 1-0 lead for the just a minute in here.
And Blasky, you are an RN genius. That touch was amazing. You just got the slightest touch over Paper just to get there, and that is exactly what they need to do, is just take advantage of those small moments where they can get a transition shot. And now, the Warriors gotta feel a little comfortable about this game 7, but I was about to see Mar put a shot in, but quickly removed by Blasky. A very smart play from him. Bandit, a very threatening shot. Blasky's up. Definitely going to have to be 50'd by Moss there if they want to get out of that unscathed. A bit of a double commit there from the Avalanche in the midfield, but didn't really end up too bad for them. Mar's going to be back. He's been such an impact in this whole series, Mar. Interesting to see what he's going to pull out of the bag in this last game. Same with Paper and Moss. All of them have been playing so well together.
Absolutely here. It'll be interesting to see because almost every first goal has been countered by the Avalanche here. But it's the Warriors that pot a second goal. What a play. Blind punishing a weak touch by Moss. Perfect shot, upper 90 on the right side. And with 3 minutes to play, it's a 2-goal lead here for the Warriors.
And it looks like almost that we're having a caster curse for a whole game thanks to Raid saying this wasn't going to be a blowout, and now it's starting to look that way, but I don't think the Avalanche can quite chalk this one yet. They really need to just refocus and get back to what they've been doing throughout the entire series. They haven't had any real bad games. They just need to make sure they're getting everyone involved, and oh my, the bumps and the Blind Bandit already being up for it. just shows how much the Warriors are just trying to avoid the Avalanche from getting touches around them and getting any touches that'll stall what they're trying to do.
Absolutely here is just a lot of pressure for the Warriors. Beautiful pop out mid by Blasky, and it's really just a situation where the Avalanche need to turn this momentum here because they're running out of time. We're approaching that 2-minute mark. As another goal gets potted by Bandit. What a shot there by Bandit, and the Avalanche just look stunned. They're not getting the quality touches. Bit of a mistouch by Paper immediately. And the Warriors are just putting every goal through whenever a mistake is made. And there's a good few mistakes here so far by the Avalanche.
The shooting is starting to resemble that Game 3 of the 6-1. The Warriors just putting on so much pressure and so many shots that just weren't able to be saved. And now, if you're the Avalanche, you really got to be hitting the panic button here in 2 minutes. Like, we need to get back on offense. We need to start getting pressure on the Warriors to slow down their offense. And Mar gonna try to start that, but Trash is there just being a real torment. Gonna take it over one. It's gonna be in. Trash! Exclamation point at the end of this game with 4 goals ahead. A minute 47, Raid.
Yeah, what a dribble there by Trash. Absolutely gorgeous. That just adds to the mountain of pressure and the mountain of advantage so far by the Warriors. 4 goals, minute 45. They might have looked a little shaky at points in this series, but this is the Warriors we've come to expect.
Oh, that's just gonna be in. Mars gonna put in their first for the Avalanche, and they're not gone yet. They got a 30 for 3 goals. It's definitely not out of the realm. The Warriors have been playing so good this last 3 minutes, and that's the first slip up they've had. And now we'll see if the Avalanche can slide into a bit bigger of a snowball and tie the series up. But they're gonna need a lot of help and a lot of really great plays from their players.
Yeah, they really need to start putting an avalanche of goals in. Because they might have gotten one, but they here. Both teams really wanting this chip. It might have been too big a mountain for the Warriors time for the Avalanche to climb, but as I said, Moss with a nice beat on Trash and then a bump on Blasky left a wide open net for Mar to shoot on. Blasky and Bandit caught stunned, and with a minute 10 to play, that lead has been cut in half. A 4-goal lead, 20 seconds.
And now the Warriors still trying to hold on after having such a dominant first half of this game. Trash is going to be one. That's got to be in. Flip reset. Maybe. Yes, he's going to put it in off the post. And now another 3-goal lead for the Warriors with 58 seconds left. This is going to put a real big lump in the comeback hopes for the Avalanche now.
Absolutely they cannot. Absolutely, well, Trash with 2 amazing goals to really give the Warriors the best chance here. 55 seconds, 3 goals is doable, but highly unlikely because this Avalanche squad really needs to put some pressure on, and this Warriors squad is unrelenting.
Trash just really icing up this Game 7, just playing so good in this Game 7 right now. All the Warriors really just coming together, playing as a good team, everyone having a goal in this game, being impactful themselves. This is exactly how you want to play your Game 7s. Most are usually lower scoring, but right now, with 25 seconds left, Raid, the Warriors are looking like they're going to take it, and I think they will with that last air dribble there. The Avalanche can't really put together the attacks to finish this. The Warriors are looking like they are going to be double-A champions for Season 17. And, man, these guys have really put on a show here at the end, Raid.
Absolutely well deserved. The Warriors have been widely considered the best team in AA all season. They finish it off here in the playoffs. A little dicey at times, but they pull it out in the end. What a well-deserved win for the Warriors. Just what a series overall, and what a show that we all were here to win.
Oh my! Just ending it off with 15 shots too. The Warriors really putting the pressure on at the end is exactly what you want to do in a Game 7. Just putting pressure on a team, especially when everything's on the line. And what a way for them to end their season, just with a Game 7 finisher, just being dominant as they have been. Whenever the teams have seemed like they've had a chance against them, they just shut them down.
Absolutely here. We are going to take a short, like 5-minute break here, and then we will be back with a AAA match between the Entropy and the Osprey. You won't want to miss it.
Hello and welcome back, RLPC. We just finished up with our double-A matchup where the Warriors, coming into the series with the 1-game advantage from the upper bracket, found themselves down 3-2, but came back and won on Neo Tokyo and took it in dominating fashion on Champs Field to claim the double-A chip in 7 games. I'm joined by a member of the Warriors here, Trash. Congratulations, and what a win for the Warriors this season. Had a great run through that upper bracket, and how big in this final, seeing how close it was that 1-game advantage that you guys had?
Oh, I'm honestly, well, okay, we had the momentum towards the latter end of the series, but the way it was going, I'm not sure if we would have won that if it wasn't for that 1 game. So, yeah, a little worried.
You guys did end up sweeping the Avalanche in the first round of the upper bracket, and up till this point, didn't drop a game in a series. What kind of changed for you in this finals that was really the difference maker, and why it ended up being so close?
I think part of it is because we haven't played with each other in like a week and a half now, because of the big break for the upper bracket. But they were just playing a lot better, so you're gonna get better games and more wins on their end just because they were playing better.
That's exactly right, and they've probably been grinding a bit and stuff. As you said, they've had to play more games through that lower. But how was going through the season with your team and stuff, the dynamic? What was building and helping you guys with that chemistry and just being able to be so dominant throughout the season and the playoffs?
Most of it is because Sosa, he like helps us out, making us all like friends. Well, Sosa's friends with Blasky and Bandit. I was friends with Bandit, but I didn't know Blasky. But he really makes it like a friendly environment with the entire org, because we're like all friends. So we kind of just play together as friends, and that just helps us naturally build up chemistry.
Have lots of fun, all sorts of stuff, and it makes it easier to want to play together too and show up together and come out every week. And honestly, you guys play like you want to be there with each other and that you have fun playing with each other, and just seeing you guys with each other, like especially in that last game, just all of you stepping up, really showing what you guys' dominance were. What was the comms going like before that game 7, before that final game in the series? What were you guys telling each other before that game?
It was more or less just like a hype up, because we saw in the 6th game, technically 5th game, that we had the momentum after that game, so we just had to keep playing the same way. So it wasn't like anything gameplay changing wise, just basically us saying we need to do the same thing. But the game before that, it was more or less like we were being a little too aggressive, making some overcommits, pushing up a little too far. A lot of like small mistakes that ended up with us losing on transition.
Yeah, a great win for you guys and a fantastic comeback. You guys said some good vibes throughout the season. We're going to let you go share those good vibes with a trophy in hand with the rest of your squad. So have a good one, and congratulations, you're double-A champions.
Yep, have a nice night.
You too, bro. Shout out to the 5-time.
Great to hear from him, but we do have another game coming up here. The AAA Finals, the Entropy versus the Osprey. This should be a fantastic game. Both teams, good records throughout the season. Entropy looking pretty dominant in the playoffs. The Osprey had to make a little bit of a run through that lower bracket after being dropped from uppers. Beat a Tundra team who was on a bit of a roll coming through that loser's bracket, and now have their rematch in store. But they do start down a game, Muskrat.
This is going to be a very tough climb for Osprey in this series. Entropy have been really good, and even Osprey coming off that win against Tundra. Tundra playing in Entropy's division, just barely finishing under them. It's got to be a big confidence booster. The Osprey really have to push themselves, be confident in themselves with being able to compete with one of Entropy's biggest rivals throughout the entire season. And they got to use that momentum for this series, because Entropy, they don't look like they have any plans on slowing down throughout the playoffs or throughout the season.
That is for sure. Speaking of the playoffs, let's take a quick look at the AAA playoff picture here. Entropy losing 1 game throughout the playoffs. It was to this Osprey team, who then dropped down and beat a relatively hot Tundra squad, losing only 2 games over the 3 series they played after starting in lowers. They were a team that was one of the best in AAA, under the Entropy in ranking, only due to head-to-head, but they're both 14-4 on the season. The best 2 teams ended up being in the same division, unfortunately, meaning that one of them had to start in losers, and it was the Tundra. They made a fantastic run, but had it cut short by the Osprey, meaning that we get that upper bracket finals rematch, and honestly create some very interesting storylines. Tundra seemed to have some faults in them, but they still went 14-4 in that regular season, so it'll be interesting to see what these guys can do here.
Definitely is, and just thinking about it, in the P4 today, we've seen the first 2 series, Cubics. Both upper bracket teams have won in their matches, whether it's been pretty close throughout most of it. No one's swept anyone out quite yet. But Osprey really have to be looking at themselves as the underdog and using that confidence coming into this game. And one of the things I'm going to be a little relatable here, is with our super underdogs, you got to come out confident, and you got to come out thinking, we got to pop off. We got to come in here, we got to do our very best, play our best, and put our best foot forward. You got to be expecting it from you and your teammates, and just demanding that perfection and that confidence, and it really helps a lot. So if Osprey do that, this is going to be a very close series.
It should be indeed. We said that about the last 2, and they have given us a lot of games. Out of a maximum 12, we've gotten 11. We thought the first one was going to be a little bit more of a blowout. We didn't get that. We ended up getting a much closer series, but the Ravens did end up winning that one. The last one, an absolute barn burner. And you have to wonder what is next, but wonder no more, or speculate a little bit more. Muskrat, what's your prediction for this series?
You know, I got to keep that trend going of the upper brackets in P4. It was all lower brackets in Indy, but P4, it's going to be all the upper bracket teams. And Entropy, I'm going to say they're going to win it in 5 in this one. Osprey are just, I'm not going to say this based on like any information, but I'm going to guess that they're going to come out a little slow, a little hesitant against this Entropy team. It's a big game, and I just think that Entropy are just so ready for this and are going to just come out doing what they do best, which is just being dominant.
I don't know. I think it's going to be closer, because we did see the 4-1 last time, but earlier in the season, well, very, very early on in week 3 or game day 3, the Osprey were the ones to win their matchup over the Entropy in 5. Now, if that means anything, it means that if we get exactly that again, we're going to a game 7. And if they won the game 5 there, why not win the game 7 here? Well, I mean, it's because the Entropy are coming from the upper bracket. Psych, I'm going with the Entropy in 7 from the upper bracket. That 1-game advantage, I think, is going to be a little bit too much to overcome from them here, unfortunately. But I think we are going to go a much longer distance. As Trash pointed out in our last interview, the Entropy haven't played in at least a week, maybe more, in an official RLPC match. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they fare here. We got one team in the lobby waiting on just one more before we get things going here. But again, this should be a really interesting game. In terms of players to watch or big names going to be on the field tonight, you got anybody to look at, Muskrat?
Well, on the Osprey, we have Rex, Ritzy, and Miles, and it looks like there might be some possible subs, but we'll see if that even comes to fruition. But on the other side of it, Entropy having swift-timed Butters, and we've seen Entropy and we've seen Osprey on stream a little bit. We've seen a lot of these teams pop off, but for one, I always have been a big fan of Butters from Entropy. Always like the name. It just sticks to me, and it always seems to be a standout. But I am not a big knowledge on both these teams, but I'm going to say Butters definitely need to pop off.
That is for sure. Definitely a solid roster on the Entropy side. Every member of that starting roster played in at least 17 of the 18 regular season series. All of them signed as well through next season besides Butters on this starting roster. And hey, if they win the chip, very well could renew that here and bring the powerhouse back for another season. But these guys, names we've recognized around the league for a little while, might get their recognition today, but the Osprey definitely going to be looking for that as well. Like you said, some guys on that team, Rexican, Ritzy, and Miles, going to be looking to take down the team that put them in the lower bracket, get that redemption, and that'll be fun to follow throughout this game as well.
And I'm not quite sure if this is correct, but I believe is going to be who Miles is represented as, from what I understand. Because we saw him in the last game for Osprey when they played their lower final match against Tundra. And now, I think we've just about got everyone, Cubics. Just waiting for a couple confirmations from all the players. And sounds like we're ready to go, Cubics. As we're going to get these players in. I am excited, Cubics, for this AAA matchup. This one is going to be a banger, and the skill level just keeps getting higher and higher.
That is for sure. Some fantastic players on the floor as we get things rolling here for the last time in Season 17 in AAA. First possession going to go to the Entropy, going to be in blue tonight. All the blue teams tonight are going to be the ones with that upper bracket starting position. Osprey able to chase it out, though. Ritzy going to be playing in that diamond decal is on the Osprey, though. That shot just wide right away. Good demo from Miles, but not able to get that shot on target from center field. And the Osprey have a chance to get it out, or sorry, Entropy have a chance to get it out. That's a beautiful 50 from timed, or a well-timed 50. Great
Very
pinch
well
off the
timed.
wall from Rex. He's going to clear it out, cleared right back in by the Entropy, who will look to get their first shot of the game.
And just looking right now, both teams not quite able to get the most consistent pressure, but we are seeing Entropy having some pretty lethal shots, but Rex is going to put in a lethal one as well, but it just barely bounces out. And that was the other thing for Osprey that has been happening early in this game is a lot of good shots, but at the same time, they've been wide. They haven't been quite in the net. They haven't been forcing out saves from Entropy. And right now, Entropy seem pretty comfortable with where they're at in the game, but Osprey seem a little quick, a little panicky. That's a good shot, but again, not going to be able to finish this off right now, Cubics.
My goodness, lots of pressure on that possession from the Entropy. Still keeping it in their control. Timed. Gonna bang this one back into the orange end. Butters looked for the 50. Did not find it. A miss on the backboard's not gonna matter because of that demo in midfield. Good save by Butters. Coming out of the top of the net. Little squishy save.
Squishy Butters.
Squishy, but he's even got the Z in the end of his name. That's a better pun than I thought it was. Well done, Musk. I'm sure that's only going to get worse throughout the night, but nonetheless, Entropy looking good right now. The pass from Swift is not there. 50 going to be out center, though. Little three-man passing play. I think Time might have even gotten a flip reset off that. Not 100% sure. Sent all the way down. Swift's going to be ready and waiting. Not going to be bumped out by Ritzy, who might have had the opportunity to there, and that going to be an interesting little thing to look at here, Muskrat, is going to be the physicality of these teams and to see if they try and go for some of these physical demo plays or bump plays with their rotations or if they'll stay fairly civil.
One of the things I'm really noticing right now, Cubics, is both teams 3 shots for the Osprey, 2 shots for Entropy. and they are all from one person on each team. Butters has the 2 for Entropy, and Rex has the 3 for Osprey. The offense hasn't really been spread around too much to the different players getting open chances. And at the same time, like you said, the physicality might be something that opens up a lot more of those opportunities for them. But we're not really seeing very much efficiency on the offensive side yet. Just both teams really trying to battle it out. Teams in the midfield and just get a real good controlled possession that they can really make the most of.
And we'll see if they can here. Still
Ritzy's car.
scoreless here in the AAA finals. Rex going to go for the double, not red. Open
Ooh.
shot from Ritzy. Going to get us started. Ritzy opens the scoring, and the Osprey have a lead, looking to even up the series.
Rex baiting in the defender there at the end off that double tap. Could have had a chance to just put it easy in, but he knew that it was probably going to be saved off the first touch, so opted out of it, and it actually forced the defender to jump a little early, and it resulted in a very good chance for Ritzy. But Osprey are all gone out of the net, and Butters is going to put in another equalizer now as we are tied.
Timed with a beautiful play past all 3 defenders, sends it over the bar and to a teammate for the goal to tie things up here in a matter of seconds. And the Entropy find themselves on equal footing. Now, who's going to take that step ahead? Swift has a bit of control in the corner. Beats 2. Just Miles left on the back line. He's beat with the demo, Butters. It's beautiful.
Entropy, the 2-goal turnaround. We've seen a few of these today, and Swift just rising up over so fast over that Osprey defense, getting the demo on the back end, and Butters just knew once his teammate Swift's beaten 2 and getting a demo, then you got to put the attack on. There is no putting the brakes. You got to put the aggression on and get that goal, and that's exactly what they did. And now that 1-goal lead, definitely going to be helping that Entropy moving on in this game 1.
Just a matter of seconds ago, it was that 1-goal lead for the Osprey. And now it's a 1-goal lead the other way. Swift up for that one off the backboard. Well read by Butters, but it's just off target. Entropy looking for the first multi-goal lead of the series, not going to find it. 23 seconds remaining. Timed. Can't find the 50. Miles off the wall. Needed to get that center. Doesn't. Swift got control. A beautiful 50, but it's just a little bit too slow to get in. But they don't need to score again. They've got the lead, and they've got the pressure. The Entropy, after being down, equalize very quickly and end up scoring to take the lead just as quickly as well. And they find themselves now up 2-0.
And that is a big serious score to take for them as well, having the one game advantage now. Osprey are in a really need to get out of. They cannot afford to lose another game, or they are going to be stuck on match point and be looking at a reverse sweep. And we see some physicality, as you mentioned earlier, Cubics. Both teams getting over 3 demos at least. Osprey have 1 less than Entropy, but the pressure seems to be pretty close in the same regard, but Entropy just coming out on top when it comes to the efficiency side. And Butters, my man.
He had a wonderful, wonderful game. 2 goals, 3 saves on 4 shots. Very nice from him in this game, all across the scoreboard. Getting an assist from each one of his teammates as well, who are in their own right looking very good. And now we shall see if the Entropy can try and complete this sweep. I apologize for the audio in that first game, but we're back. And now, with audio, we also have a little bit of glitz and glamour here at Utopia Coliseum for game number 2.
I also want to say at the beginning of this game, Cubics, we need to see more of Ritzy and him as well. They were impactful in Osprey's series against Tundra, and they're definitely going to need to be impactful here against the Entropy if they want to have a chance of winning as well.
They were big stars in that Tundra series. Players mentioned a lot in that one. And we'll see if they can get their names lighting up the scoreboard once again. That's a good shot from Miles to start it off. But I will not get by the defense of the Entropy this time. They'll look to recollect in the corner. Rex looking for a shot, but goes right past it. Now the Entropy on the counter. Off the backboard, a good attempt, but it's going to be cleared out. Kym, the last man back, has control in his own corner. Going to look to go off the ceiling. Ooh, he loses it a little bit, has to get some help. And the Osprey might be able to take advantage of that. They got another attack. A great little pop from Miles. Doesn't find a teammate, though, in the center. Ritzy with a very nice touch. Rex with a chance, but he goes wide with the shot. A lot of good pressure from the Osprey, but they haven't found any really dangerous shots, and that demo could create one on the other end for the Entropy. That one gonna be saved, but it's tipped in from an Osprey defender, and now the Entropy have the lead.
I was gonna say, it feels like Entropy on their offensive attack just kind of waiting for the opportunity to take advantage of some awkwardness, and right there on the goal line after the first shot, the Osprey not quite ready for it, and Swift's just gonna put in a Swift one right there that puts up the Entropy 1-0, but that's an awkward miss on the wall there from Butters. Oh my, a couple awkward misses coming out on the back line right there, a little bit of panic, but both these teams feeling the pressure a little bit here in this third game of the series, and definitely should be. Osprey cannot afford to lose this.
Ooh, that's a good shot. Rex waiting back. And you're right, the Osprey definitely cannot afford to lose this game. Because if they do, it means they then have to win 4 in a row against the Entropy, and I just don't see that happening. But Miles says, wait a minute, stop talking about scenarios where we're down 3-0 when we're not yet.
And just like that, Miles evening up the score, and exactly what we want to see from the Osprey too is more players getting involved in the game. But we're not even halfway through yet, and everyone's getting a little bit of involvement still, but seeing a lot of back and forth throughout most of this series, Cubics. Just tons of back and forth from both teams, just trying things out, not really being able to beat a man or two or win a 50 that they need to win to get quite in depth. Like a missed touch there, just not able to continue their offensive progress. And it's been pretty even, I'd say, for the most part.
Scoreboard would dictate that as well. Rex tried to make the solo play, isn't going to get it. Miles with the bang all the way down. Butters gets it over the crossbar. Another shot off the crossbar from Miles. Rex waiting at mid to collect for the Osprey. They're going to come back ferocious as ever, but are unable to find a really good shot on there. The Entropy haven't had a whole lot of time in this orange half, though. They're going to look to gain a little bit of zone time here. The last goal came on a bit of a counter-attack. The Ospreys might here... Actually, that's a great touch from Swift. He's got a bit of a lane now. What can he do here with the flip reset? Looks for the ground 50. He's going to get a slightly favorable one here. Is the Entropy going to hold on to the possession for now? Ritzy across, finds Rex. Shot is on, that's good. Osprey take the lead.
And I was switched to Ritzy cam here just before that play had started, and he was only on 30 boost, but coming up at the end, pushing that ball across, making the great play over to Rex for the goal is now gonna really set up this this Osprey attack. But I was looking to see if Ritzy was gonna see what was going on with his score and stuff, but getting involved right there now, starting to really take care of business.
Oh, Rex with the fake on the goal line. Osprey get another one, a touch by Miles and Rex. Oh, that is nasty. A little backflip. Usually those are bad things, but in this case, it is exactly what they needed. And now a 2-goal lead established for the Osprey with a minute remaining on the clock. Their possession time would dictate that they should be winning in this game, and they've certainly proven it with their offensive consistency.
And now the old Entropy find themselves in a bit of a deficit here. I think they've only lost one in playoffs, so wouldn't be their first, but definitely a game they want to look past as they go through it and say, this was not our best. We definitely need to fix some things up, as Rex is going to put in another one. The Osprey are really starting to feel it here, and Entropy, they really just got to wipe this one out of the memory.
Talk about not their best. Double commit in the corner from the Entropy. And that is a very nice goal. Finds the back of the net. Just like an eagle in the background, the Osprey taking flight. They're gonna try and take flight here on another counterattack, flying out of their own end. A good center coming in from Ritzy off the backboard. Miles ready and waiting, but can't get the shot on target. And as the clock runs out, the Osprey take this game 4-1. And get a game back in the series, now only down 2-1.
Very impressive there from Osprey to make a run in adversity, being down 2-0, facing a chance at a 3-0 in the series, and coming back. All their players really starting to get involved. We see the 4 goals ring out, and Ritzy coming in with 2 assists too. This is exactly how they need to play if they want to fight this Entropy squad and really minimize the damage that the Entropy do to them.
We'll see if they can minimize that. The shots in this one very lopsided, along with that scoreline, unfortunately. That 8 to 4 for the Osprey. They did look like the better team all game. I think we were saying that all game. And I don't know if anything really changed for the Entropy in this game. It's just I think the Osprey hit a little bit of a next gear in terms of playing together, getting that offense running, and they were really able to capitalize on the chances that they got, and they're going to need to once again in game number 3. Try to get possession first, but Butters with a beautiful 50 into the corner. He's going to get it timed up for this one. Takes it across, trying to find a teammate. That ends up going right over him. Butters caught in a bit of an awkward position. Ooh, good little play to get under. It's not enough, though. Ritzy is going to be the one to find the back of the net just 23 seconds in, and Osprey looked like they got that same form that they did last game.
It's just one of those really awkward plays there for Butters on the back, just trying to make it back and get a good position against the ball, and it just bounces way out back to the middle where the other team's just waiting for a shot. And at that moment, there's just not really much else you can do other than try to jump and hopefully you block the shot, but a good play shot is usually going to go in from that scenarios. And now, Entropy, they really need to, I think they really need this game here, because if they don't win this one, they're going to be tied back up, and Osprey will be on a bit of a win streak against them. And coming into this, 4 minutes left, those demos, a lot of physicality, but no one touching the ball. But, oh my, Ritzy, what a play from Ritzy to get the second goal for the Osprey.
The angle on this shot is gorgeous. Oh my. Talk about finding top shelf far side. From there, you don't see it very often, but Ritzy finding another offensive gear in this game, and the Osprey have a bit of an edge here that's been established over the course of the last 6.5 minutes. Been looking better and better since that game 1 loss, and now they do find themselves up And it's going to be 3-0. Miles from one end to the other. Gonna get a goal.
All I have to say about that one is, I wonder if Butters was trying to bump him or trying to go for that ball, but you gotta think, right now, Miles is really stepping up to that role after that first game, and man, Entropy are really falling behind in this series, especially when it comes to just the speed and pace that they're playing at against the Osprey right now.
Yeah, they have not been able to keep up in the same way since that first game. They got to find that form again if they are to be the champions of AAA. Be the first upset we've seen on the day. The first losers bracket team coming down. It's interesting to note that I believe every winner that we had in the independent leagues was from the losers bracket. And now, today, we haven't had one yet. I guess there's a law of averages that we should see, in theory. All 4 winners win today, but who knows? Oh my, what a save! In net.
Miles.
That Miles, the last goal scorer for the Osprey, and the last person to make a crucial goal line save to keep the Entropy shut out here in Game 3. The 1-game advantage looking to do them no good after this one if the Osprey keep playing this way.
And Ritzy's car is just throwing me off a little bit too. That blue on the orange side, really messing with me. But yeah, the Entropy have really died down on the offense. Like, we're over halfway in the game and no one has over 100 points, but Rex has another goal, and that is going to be everyone scoring for the Osprey in this game again.
You mentioned that nobody with over 100 points on Entropy with that goal. Everybody on the Osprey guaranteed to have over 100 points with the ball touch, shot, and goal. Not a fantastic look. Cleared back to center by the Entropy, though. They've still been unable to have, like, any zone time at all, period, in the last, like, 7.5 minutes. And it's not good at this point. Actually, 8.5 minutes. I can't do math, apparently. They gotta find their way out. They're being burnt to a crisp. They should be the ones doing that, judging by their team logo. The Osprey playing hard to get with those wings. They certainly are flying around this pitch. A demo coming out in the midfield, though, could be a good counterattack here.
Definitely with the Osprey bringing the wings, got a lot of extra sauce on it too. Is Rex talking about extra sauce, trying to go for the double off the top. Couldn't quite get it, but man, I really need to see this Entropy squad stepping up. Like, just nothing really coming for them. Butters is the only one with shots for them. This is not success, especially on the Entropy side. This is not what they've been doing throughout the playoffs to win these games, and you really need to see them get on the same page. Get on some type of level of understanding or a level of play where they're all hitting each other or be able to make plays that are open for each other.
They have not been able to get more than a few seconds at a time out of their own end. The 1 goal they scored in the last couple of games was in transition. They've not been able to set up anything since that first game. Swift trying to solo play it over. That not gonna work. The team play is certainly not there. The demo or bump coming in from Miles isn't gonna be enough. The Osprey get the shutout and the win here in game number 3, and they even the series back up at 2-2.
Now, neutralizing the Entropy game advantage, the Osprey can really look at this series with very open minds, thinking, we just got to do this 2 more times. We've had some dominant games or some very favorable games we've been playing, especially if our whole team is clicking and we're all getting goals and scoring and creating opportunities for each other. Like, demos, again, 5 demos, both teams, but Osprey just are doing it better right now.
They really are. They've been looking Phenomenal. And this one, the shot disparity not there, only 7 between the two teams, but Osprey converting on every single one of them, the difference in this game. And if you're Entropy, like, you gotta get one save, just one save at some point in the just one save somewhere. But no, they let the Osprey have 100% shooting percentage to their 0, and every shot that the Entropy did get was saved away by the Osprey. So,
Each
like,
one of them too.
it's a perfect, whatever the, I guess, perpendicularity.
Perfect game.
In the shooting percentages in that last game, Entropy at a full 0 and Osprey at a full 100. Just showing the enormous disparity between the way that these two teams are playing and the kind of momentum that they have. While not conveying the amount of pressure the Osprey have been generating, it's conveying everything else that you need to know about these two teams at this point. And that shot is gorgeous. They beat out their record from the last game by a single second, scoring in 22 this time. But Miles with the quick turn, top shelf bullet. Osprey find themselves up 1-0.
And I'm going to say something here about what Entropy is doing. I think they're trying to play a bit too fast. I think they're trying to beat Osprey to the ball a lot of times, like just going for a ball that they have time on. Like that ball right there, a player going out in the midfield and trying to make that touch, and they just miss and soar away. And in AAA, you should be making a lot of consistent touches. Like, this was something we had to do in Indy, was slow down and make sure we're making good touches and making good plays on the ball, whether it's fast or not. We have to start from a base level of getting touches and being able to make contact on the ball in a good way that benefits our team. And that's what I think is really going wrong for Entropy, is they're just too much trying to go fast and not enough thinking about what the quality of touches they're making are.
Quality over quantity, that exactly what you can tell from those last stats. The shooting percentage from last game. The Osprey making the most of that statement, and they'll look to do it again here. Oh, a great bump! The Swift 50 isn't quite there, and Entropy cannot buy a goal on that counter. And they look to regain here. Push out once again and try their hand at another shot, but another thing that's slightly concerning is that would have been another transition goal for them, as they have not been able to set up anything on the offense. Whoo, that's a good move by Rex. Gets over one, but can't get by the second. Entropy, that's a high backboard shot. Pass across, Swift shot, scores! The Entropy find their first goal in over 7 or 8 minutes maybe at this point. And now they tie up the game. They could start to get something going here, as that roar emanating from the net could lead to bigger and better things for this team.
And the quality of touches was very good that time on that offensive play right there. Getting the touch, putting it past center, and the communication had to have been there, because there's no way you could see Swift. Oh my. Oh, that was almost a terrible open net counter play to give a chance for Osprey back in it. But Entropy seeming to be taking a bit more care in their touches right now. And yes, as Swift puts in a goal with 0 boost off his teammate's touch, these are exactly what Entropy need to be doing.
Exactly. Pixel perfect top shelf. As the Osprey have their first deficit since game 1. We'll see how they can bounce back now. They haven't been able to do it yet. They haven't really needed to either. Their first real test is upon them now. They get by 1. Good recovery, and the Entropy going to clear this one back out. They got some offensive pressure. Popped up back to middles. Butters cuts it off, but it's not enough to keep the possession going for the Osprey. Ritzy in a good spot. A good idea on that play, but could not see it through to completion. They'll need to try again here. A good 50 by Miles at midfield. Keeps that ball and play alive. A great pass. Gonna go just over the net. Run Rex is shot. Butters gets by the last man. The shot off the crossbar. It's not in. Under. Great shot placement by Swift. And excuse me, on the counter attack, it's gonna be the Entropy. Swift with the hat trick.
And now looking at the Osprey on the defensive side, just all three of them back, but the awkwardness of the play just going in all sorts of directions, just really causing a panic, and Entropy coming out, and now we're starting to see some confidence from this team. Like, Butters starting to go for double taps and starting to just run around the field being a menace. But that is another thing we are seeing is second man beats on the field as well. A lot of times that Entropy second man, when he pushed up, getting beat, and Miles with a laser beam from the midfield.
I have no idea where this man came from. Time popped it up, and he was just BAM on that. Top shelf. Clearly caught everybody on the defense off guard, too. And the Osprey bring it back within one. The first time they've been down by multiple games in this series was after that third goal by Swift, who single-handedly brought them to where they are in this game. And now the Osprey look to rip that all back away out of that one hand. Timed. Looking to make it two. Can't find the double. Butters with a weak shot on as well. And the Osprey looking to counterattack. Swift splits the wickets on two defenders. And is going to be able to keep the possession alive. The shot going to be weak, but on target. Timed. Finds the back of the net. And a very timely 2-goal lead for the Entropy.
Just had to get that one on target on the beat and make the right read, and timed. Now, after all the confidence from this game just building up, it seems that Entropy are finally playing at a comfortable pace and starting to make a lot of these reads that they really need to be making. Really haven't taken a relaxing time. Butters with an insane play. He's going to get the double. It's going to... Oh, he got pitched out by his own teammate. Oh, Butters would have had the fifth. But now Entropy just running away with 2-goal lead still. Oh my, the defense is serious right there.
The counterattack from Miles ends up being no good. Has a teammate there in Ritzy. Shot rings off the post, and the Osprey down 2 when that buzzer hits 0, meaning the Entropy move to game point. They're going to have 2 chances to do it here as well, the first of which going to come on Neo Tokyo. But Musk, if we don't end it there, we go to Champions Field. And even just by looking at the scoreboard here, you can tell that the Entropy had a much better game. They actually won in the shots category in this one.
Did they? Entropy, yeah, pulling in 11 shots. Sorry, I got both teams mixed up when I was looking at it. But no, you're right. Swift coming with the hat trick and Butters with the playmaker. Really, Entropy, we saw them opening up, finding each other, which is what we wanted. We wanted them to take time with their touches. We wanted them to make sure they were making quality plays with each other. And that's what started bringing out this offense and this attack from them. And Osprey is doing a good job as well in their game, but at the same time, we're seeing Entropy, when they play together and confidently as a team, they're able to outperform the Ospreys. And a little low score from Ritzy, but either way, it didn't seem like Ospreys were having the worst game they could. And if they can get back to what they were doing before, shutting down the Entropy's offense, we definitely could see us go into a Game 7.
We could very well end up on Champs Field for the second time tonight. Into the corner we go. Entropy with the possession. Shot going to be just over the net, but Rex going to clear that away before it even hits the backboard. Ritzy pushes it out through his own corner. That's going to be a shot on. Save the ball in a dangerous spot. Demo coming out in the net. Miles loses the 50 to timed, and the Entropy had a very good thing going, but a good downfield clear by the Osprey. Good little touch there as well under the ball by Ritzy. That can allow the Osprey to try and get a little bit of possession going here. Over the net, Butters is bumped. No connection with the ball made, though, by Ritzy. And that's a squandered chance. That's not, though. Rex with a bullet out of nowhere, and the Osprey take the lead.
And again, it's one of those problems we saw with Entropy in the last time they got scored on in the previous game. Just pushing out a net a little too soon, try and expect to go up on the attack a little sooner, but Rex just putting a quick shot on net, and everyone pushing out. No one's going to be able to backflip back and jump into the air to save a shot like that. Just going to need to be able to take a little bit more time on your defensive line and wait for those shots to come through. Wait for the clear to make sure it makes it all the way out. It's just the safest thing you could do at this point, especially with Entropy, or with, sorry, the Osprey, really taking advantage in that aspect of the game.
At 50 in the corner, centered, unfortunately, for the Osprey. That gonna go in. Oh, that's a great sacrifice in front of the net by the Osprey. This is a heads up and a half play. Rex with the shot on, a little bit too slow, but Ritzy gets in the way of the defender. And when there's a car in front and you demo it, you lose all of your speed. And because of that speed loss, he's able to pick out that bottom corner, and the Osprey find themselves up by 2.
Now, Osprey in such an advantageous position now, really giving themselves the best chance to go to that Game 7 with the 2-0 lead, but they're going to have to hold out for about 3.5 more minutes, Cubics, as the Entropy definitely aren't going to go away at all.
They're trying their darndest to not have to. This one's cleared down. Rex is there, good 50. Up off the wall, Ritzy. Shot goes just barely wide. Tip out. Catches Miles slightly off guard. The Osprey looking to make a push. Miles pops it up center for a teammate. Ritzy drops it down for the third. Rex is there. Not a great first touch. Doesn't allow him to get an air dribble, but they'll keep possession in the corner. Ritzy up on this one. Not able to get a double opportunity. The Osprey getting a lot of touches, getting a lot of possession, but not able to get it center and make these pushes that they need to get this. Clears. Butters brings it over 2 above the backboard. One more shot maybe coming on. Swift decides not to commit. An interesting decision on the back line there from the Entropy, but gotta trust him at this level, and hopefully it was a calculated good decision.
I just didn't feel the opportunity was quite there, as, oh my, Ritzy almost putting it top bins in his own net. Definitely the wrong goal to be scoring on, even though you have the blue car. But Butters coming in with a quick shot. You know he's not going to miss opportunities like that. Butters is going to bring them within 1 with 2 minutes left.
This a very clutch shot, a bit of an odd play in the midfield, and a much too open ball, and a solid 2 minutes still on the clock here for the Entropy to come back. They have the poise. They are ready. Excuse me, sir. We'll see if they can make the full comeback happen. The 50 from timed is good. Only gets it over 1, though. A little bit of a double commit from the Entropy. They're going to have to leave this one alone. Osprey send it back down, looking for maybe a tip. Ritzy does get one, but Swift has possession. Great steal from Rex. Osprey bang this one back down in. Butters with the catch. Gets it. Flicks it over 2. One with a recovery, though. 2 men left. Butters trying to get it around both of them. Does so successfully. And a great 50 by Ritzy. Calculated to get it back out to the side wall, and they'll have the transition. Ritzy with the tip over the bar. Rex is there. Shot on, scores. Top shelf in transition. 70 seconds on that clock, and a 2-goal lead for the Osprey.
I even think Time might have accidentally bumped Ritzy down the field there and gave him the good position to go for that touch, because it looked like Time was coming out of a play and Ritzy just recovering, flipping onto the ground. But oh my, Osprey already in another dangerous position. Oh, off the post, saved away by Swift. But right now the Osprey really asserting themselves back into the series and really pushing for this Game 7. And it's gonna be a nerve-wracking one, as the momentum for Entropy has really gone down again. They're really struggling with the offensive pressure again, and timed only with 68 points throughout 4 minutes of the game. This is not what we were seeing from them in the last game. And I even think I might have saw a little bit of ping issue from someone, but we will see if anything comes about that later.
Shall after this game, only 30 seconds left. The Entropy are running out of time if they want to end the series here. At this point, unlikely that we'll get to see it. A great shot. Shot on from time. Hits the post. It's just wide. That their last opportunity here, Musk. And we are definitely going to Champs Field for the second time tonight. AAA will be decided in Game 6.
And Osprey really doing what they needed to do this time, and it wasn't as high scoring as they had in the last few times when they won, but it is exactly what they needed to do, the Entropy, to get this win. And now they're going into another fresh series, and they have some momentum at their back. And Rex, with the hat trick, just popping off for Osprey that game.
A great game. We had a pop-off game for Rex in this one, had a pop-off game for Swift in the last. But who is going to be the Season 17 AAA pop-off hero here? Timed in that last game on Wasteland, making fun of himself, saying he was throwing in this game, ended up as the only player in the lobby under 100 points all game, unfortunately. Got to see another level from him in this game at any sort of standing, because this one was just not good. If it's even average, I think the Entropy have a very good chance to try and take this game, assuming Butters and Swift continue playing at the pace they are. But oh boy, do we have a good one here. Things about ready to get started on Champs Field.
I'm hoping for an overtime, Cubics. I want this one going to overtime. I want these teams on edge.
That would indeed be incredible. I would love to see a Game 7 overtime as well. Oh, that would be fantastic. First little bit of possession, going to go to the Osprey here. Cleared out by Butters back to midfield, but the Osprey retain. Swift. Not the one getting the touch, but it's a decent one, but ends up going to the opponents instead. Entropy looking to break out now. They get a good clear. Swift has some possession on that ball. Going to take it up and over. One defender. Drop down for two. Butters with the pop-up. 50 from time, straight down, cleared back out. Miles up for it, off the wall. Ritzy takes over, gets it by two. Timed, looking to get a tip, doesn't. Swift, gonna be the one to clear it down here. Miles in the corner, gets a 50, but the Entropy still on attack. Timed. For the Entropy in the corner. Ritzy with the pop all the way down. Cleared back in nicely, though, by Butters. Popped up over one. Swift. Runs some interference on the second. But no matter, the Entropy going to be able to get that possession back. Been a very back-and-forth game so far here, Musk.
Both teams not really want to give up that first goal. They're trying to stay safe, trying to make sure they keep the ball high and force out a player. And one thing you really don't want to do here is force a double commit out of your own team. You don't really want to leave your player in a 2v1, because that's where the opportunity is going to come, is when the transition comes and the 2v1 happens. And this is a good chance for time, but Ritzy doing a good job getting immediate pressure. And now, once again, Osprey back on defense, just waiting for the balls to come through to their side, wait for the play to happen, and then try to clear it out. That's kind of been how it's been going through both teams. It's just they got their offensive opportunities. And now Entropy looking to have an extended stay, but that's quickly thwarted.
Yeah, unfortunately. Excuse me. We get back down this field. Whoo, Swift! I thought he had an opportunity. Turns out there was a sneaky man hiding behind the ball in Ritzy. He's going to be able to stop that counter. The Entropy going to look for another one instead. It's the Osprey holding the possession in a Center's gonna fall through. That's gonna be cleared back out to mid. The Osprey's starting to establish a little bit of pressure dominance here. Couple double commits. You can see the nerves starting to add up on offense when the Osprey are going for these goals to try and take the lead. It's a little bit too much. That a risky save. Rex needs to get another touch. The defense for the Osprey in shambles. Ties with the pass. Swift makes it as hard as possible, but he does score. And the Entropy take the lead here. Just under 2 minutes left.
Timed with the speed on that right side, beating out the defenders and having a chance to get a second touch and just putting it to the middle, and all Swift has to do is just get it in net, and it ended up going in there. Now Entropy really having a handle, but Rex is going to take the shot and tie it up. It's the way this series has been going a lot of the time, and Osprey just tie it back up.
9 seconds in between those two goals. And the gorgeous red bird coming back out of that Osprey net. They tie it up. In dramatic fashion, we find ourselves in the last 100 seconds of the AAA season. Assuming we don't go to that faded overtime, which at this point looks possible, but at this point looks slightly improbable. A beautiful 50 at mid. With his teammate by miles, that's going in, and the Osprey take the lead.
And another moment where the last man for Entropy, a little too far up on a play that's just getting shot from the midfield, and that's been a big play for them in these games, is just having those long shots just raining in on a player who's not back, as another one's gonna go in. Oh my, Osprey with a 2-goal lead, 1 minute 22, hum to Ritzy.
Every one of their goals coming within the last 25 seconds. If not every goal in this game. And the Osprey are the benefactors of 3 of the 4. They have a 2-goal lead. Make it a 3-goal lead! Ritzy finds the top shelf.
Oh my. And now Ospreys, they are just laying it on, and I really expected someone to challenge a bit faster there from Entropy, just letting Ritzy have the time. Someone just got to get on the ball and force something out. There's 2 back, but Entropy now, they really have to get on the pace. They really have to start moving that ball around and get on the offensive side, because they only have so many goals to make in such little time.
That time at a minute. The Entropy had the lead. They came into the series with a 1-game advantage. They've squandered it. We're in game 7. And the Osprey looking to make the improbable the only outcome possible. 30 seconds until their championship is a reality. What a run it would be, getting past 2 14-4 teams out of the same division en route to a championship. And with 15 seconds left, the Entropy's tanks are looking as empty as they've ever been, but timed, gonna get one. It's not over yet. 2 kickoff goals in 8 seconds, very unlikely, but not impossible.
My goodness, Cubics. They have 8 seconds to get 2 goals. This has got to be seeming dire. Have to beat someone on this play right here, and it has to be in before 1. And it's going to tick away. There's no time left. And Osprey win the AAA Season 17 Grand Finals from the lower bracket.
The Osprey have done it. They deny the upper bracket team the dub for the first time in P4. They came in at the disadvantage, said no matter, and came in and took the win in a game that, by the shots, which was 8-7 for the Entropy in this game, they should not have won, but held strong over the entire rest of the field and proved everybody wrong. The Osprey are your AAA champions.
And now they finish off that game 7, Cubics, with doing exactly what we needed them to do, and that's all of them getting involved in the play. Literally all their stats filled up, everyone doing everything they need to, and Entropy, try as hard as they might, they looked pretty good at moments, but there were just too many moments where they just seemed to shrink to the Osprey and how they were playing against them. And Osprey, a well-deserved victory in this 7-game series. Hats off to them, and what a great series for AAA.
An incredible series all the way throughout. A lot of close games, good back and forth all the way through. But before we head out, let's take a quick look at that bracket before we head out. Actually, it looks like my program is bugging, unfortunately. So we'll take a look at that when we get back from a very short break, as it's already 10 p.m. and we still have one whole series to go here. The Spartans play the Whitecaps for the major championship in just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Oh my god, what is this
Hello
server?
and welcome back to RLPC. We got our last game of the night about to kick off here. The Spartans versus Whitecaps in Major. I'm joined by Flip here for the final game. A beautiful one we just witnessed, though. The Entropy versus Osprey. A fantastic matchup. And the lower bracket team ended up going through and winning, too.
Yeah, I mean, so far today we've had some great games all around. 2 game 7s. What more could you ask for? Well, now we got the best of the best here, Cubics. We got the top 2 major teams duking it out, and I'm super excited.
This is going to be fantastic. But before we went to break, I did promise that we'd get you the final playoff bracket for AAA. So let's pull that up real quickly. Take a look at how things went down. In that first round, the Osprey ended up taking down the Bobcats, but then fell down to the lower bracket where they faced their toughest task of they led an entire season, if not the entirety of P4, to try and win this championship, going up against the 2 best teams in AAA as a bit of an underdog. And they ended up doing it. They took down 2 14-4 teams in a row, both in 4-2 fashion, in finger quotations, because the Entropy had that 1 game advantage, and they end up claiming the championship because of it and came up clutch in that last game.
Yeah, I mean, the Ospreys run is just super, super impressive. Bouncing back from that Entropy loss, almost everybody had the Tundra going all the way through the bracket and making it to the grand finals. But the Osprey, they came to play, and man, did they show out. Ritzy and Rex, and I mean the whole roster honestly played super, super well, and they needed to get through these top teams, and I mean they took them down. Respect to the Osprey.
They did. What a way to regain after that loss to the Entropy, to come back facing what you know is the same team and beating them a second time. But that is going to do it for AAA this season, but we do have one more league to go, and it is the smallest one we have. It is Major. And Flip, this bracket worked a little bit differently. It's only 4 teams. Everybody started in winners. Everybody had 2 lives. But you've ended up here with the top 2 teams going at it in terms of the overall record. Whitecaps were second. Spartans were first. The Spartans made it through the upper bracket. The Whitecaps the lower. But the Whitecaps didn't do it without a little bit of turbulence first.
Yeah, the Whitecaps, rocky start, and Ascension pulling out a win for them in round 1, but they got their revenge in lower finals, and now that they're here facing the Spartans, this is the matchup everybody predicted, everybody is waiting to see. And I mean, the top 2 teams, all these players, 2K MMR, these guys are the best of the best. I mean, you can't ask for anything better.
You absolutely cannot. And looks like my lobby crashed for this game, so I'm going to reset that real quick, make sure we can get everything working properly. Yeah, there we go. Now we're good. Now we can actually try and buy time to make sure that we get this game underway in a timely fashion. Already a little bit late. But yeah, this bracket, a good comeback from the Whitecaps. Ascension getting that upset in the first round, only winning 1 game in the entire tournament after that. But that's still a pretty good top 3 placing for them overall on the season. But the Spartans still looking as dominant as they did in the regular season. They haven't dropped a game yet. And now with an advantage here, have a chance to go 11-0 in this bracket, which would be a momentous occasion.
Yeah, I mean, although every time the upper bracket team, we've had 2 upper bracket teams win, and the lower bracket team always puts up a fight. I mean, most of the lower bracket teams have won so far, so you can never count the Whitecaps out. Although the Spartans, with Crisp, Miro, and Migs, you would think that roster wouldn't lose a game. But Kiro, Arrow, and Bob, they're just as good. And honestly, Bob is probably the most annoying player to play against in Major because he demos so much. and so it's very tilting sometimes. And the Spartans, they're gonna have to keep a cool head. They're gonna have to keep their gameplay really nice, really crisp, if you would. But they have a tall task ahead of them.
They very, very much do. I think we are almost ready to go. We'll get everybody in here and make sure.
Everybody's here. I'm not sure if you're here, Cubics. However, everybody else is here.
Well,
I
that's
see it.
on me then. I will get in there, and then we'll make sure that everything is good to go, and then get this game underway. But yeah, this series should be a very good one.
Yeah, and I'm really excited because we see the Whitecaps, we've seen the Spartans on stream a good amount, because these are two teams that usually they're consistent at showing up, which is rare in Major, but also they're just a lot of fun to watch. Although iTrash is usually the one playing for the Spartans, and so we usually see them like a tier down. Not saying that iTrash is a bad player; he's definitely of this, like, he can definitely play on this level. But now that they have their full roster here, we're gonna see a whole new Spartans team, and I'm really excited. Are you
I'm
Alright,
having
so
some technical issues on my end, so we'll try and get that fixed. In the meantime, while we might have some time, I might see if we can get a very, very short interview with any members of the Osprey
man, that'd be so
in
nice. I wanna hear
chat.
from
I think
Ritzy.
I think that would be very fun. I know they've expressed their disdain that we couldn't get one. Gonna see if we can line that up really quickly while I reset things on my end.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I'm gonna leave that up to you, Cubics. You're the man with the plan, apparently. But if we need, I can make the lobby. But
yeah. All right. So we'll get him in here. I'll let you kind of lead this while I figure things out. But yeah, let's bring in Rexican and see what he's got going on as a champion here.
there he is, the man.
Hello and welcome, Rex. Congratulations on the win and a great comeback. And you're now an RLPC champion.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Rex, I'm gonna start us off. Taking a one-game disadvantage on a team that you lost 4-1 to earlier.
Yeah.
Did you guys have like a plan going in? Like, was there a strategy that y'all knew, like a way to beat Entropy?
Yeah. Basically, so Mouse just joined, and he joined like 2 games before playoffs, and so we've noticed that Mouse likes to play back. And we told him, like, dude, just do your thing. Keep going. Like, go for the ball. It doesn't matter. If we're going, if we see you, we'll stop. And as you guys noticed, Miles killed it. MVP, in my opinion.
I mean, there is honestly, all of y'all killed it, to be honest. Ritzy definitely stepped up as well.
Yes, sir.
Coming off of the bench, man had 4 goals in the last game. He was going crazy.
Yeah.
But I mean, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, it was crazy because some of the goals, he called them out, and there were goals that I never expect, like the one where it was hitting the side of the goal, and he was like, I read these all the time on in free play, and he actually got it, and we were just laughing. So we were just having a good time overall.
That's what we love to see. I know the pressure of being a game down, right? Then you lose game 1.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you gotta bounce back, because you can only lose one more game and then it's match point.
Right.
You gotta go 4-1 from there. A lot of the lower bracket teams, they thought, okay, let's win the first game and then it's a best of 5 from there. But y'all didn't have that like kind of mentality, because you guys didn't win the first game. So bouncing back after that first loss, like how was the comms? How was the mental going into game number 2?
It's funny you say that because even though we went down technically 0-2, we when we tied it up 2-2, I was like, okay, it's just the best of 3. We got this. So we kind of went with the same mentality, but instead of saying best of 5, we said best of 3.
Oh, I mean, that's one way to do it for sure. You guys, you know, a lot of people did not have y'all making it to the finals, let alone winning the whole thing. So, it was a lot of entropy, a lot of tundra. Did you guys
Right.
feel like the underdogs?
Oh, 100%. And it's so funny. It's so weird to me because, like, usually I don't want to sound cocky or anything, and I don't want to say, like, oh, I'm usually, like, the guy that's not the underdog. But I don't know. I kind of like
But
the
you're
pressure
not.
because I feel like I perform better under pressure. And it's weird. I don't know how to explain it, but I think Flip said it best, playoff Rex. I don't know what it is about playoffs, but it's when I pop off the most. And even though I'm not going to lie, I wish I could have done a little better. I did have a bunch of open net misses.
Yeah,
It
we all
doesn't
have.
matter. Yeah.
Yeah, we all have. You won in the end though, so
Yes, sir.
that's all that matters. I mean, I know you were talking to Times in a voice chat.
Mhm.
How are the entropy feeling right now?
He didn't. He sounded a little sad, and it's understandable. And we're really good friends. We were actually talking before games, and we just said as long as we have fun, and we said the thing is like we're both friends. Like doesn't matter who wins, we should be glad for the other, or at least be glad that we both made it to finals, even if even though we know both of us can't win.
Yeah, for sure. Well, we got one more game coming up, so we're gonna have to let you go. But it was great talking to you, Rex. Great getting some insight, and I mean, congratulations.
Oh, thank you. But actually, I had one thing I wanted to say. If I don't know who does the Hall of Fame stuff, and but I wanted to ask if we could get Jonah's name on there. He couldn't join us for the rest of the season, and I miss the dude, and I feel like he definitely deserves to be on the name, even though.
Talk to your GM. I'm pretty sure he has in control of that. So there you go. Any perfect connections, but yeah, we're gonna go. This major match started, and again, congratulations to you and the whole entropy roster. And
All right, sweet.
have
Thank
a good
you.
night.
Yes, sir. You too.
Congratulations, Rex. And with that, let's hop right into this this game. We got good old White Caps, the good old Spartans about to get going here. I'm gonna wait for the command to get things started, but great to hear from Rex there on that win and how much it means to that whole group. But we're gonna get these guys going
Oh, did we
here.
do predictions?
I don't think we did. We should do that really quickly. Who you got?
Man, my bracket for major has been almost perfect, but I have white caps in my bracket, and it's not a great start. But you know, I'm gonna stick to it. I'm gonna have white caps in 7, but this is not looking good in the beginning.
No, that's a great 50 by Miro
That is-
off the bat, though. And the Spartans going to be the ones in the lead. Off the bat, only 9 seconds. We have a finals game already. Bob, a part of, for me, one of the most memorable major finals, the year that the Pirates took down the Panthers. A legendary team that was, and we'll see if he can get the 2-peat here, but it's going to be hard. If Miggs is shooting like that, Spartans in 27 seconds find themselves up 2-0.
Yeah, and so far it hasn't really been like Spartans doing anything crazy. It's been a lot of mistakes on the side of the Whitecaps, and I don't know, maybe they're cold because you had to make them wait a little bit, but they need to get ready, get things under control, because you can't beat the Spartans whenever you're making mistakes like that.
They're always cold flipped. They're the Whitecaps. Oh my god!
They're hot.
Arrow! Off the backboard, a lot angle type stuff from him. How do you save that?
That shot of the season. Oh my, that is insane.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Major. That's probably not the last pop-off moment we'll see. Kiro going for a flip reset, bar down. We are 47 seconds into this series, have already had a bar down flip reset with a bump from a teammate and that crazy zero angle shot. What is next?
You know, I'm not sure, but buckle in, Cubics, because we've had 4 goals in about 50 seconds. I'm not saying that we're going to have another 4, but we might see like a 5-5 game.
The seatbelt is firmly secured. The buckle is in place, I promise.
Oh my, they got some people bumping each other. The Whitecaps looking to apply some more pressure. You know, they went down 0-2 early, but with things all tied up, momentum has definitely shifted their way. Trying to keep up that pressure. Arrow looking for a flip reset, gets it over Chris, but not able to get a follow-up from it. But Kiro looking for a shot. It's on target, and a great save from Miro to the corner. And the Whitecaps are just mounting this pressure and not letting the Spartans escape. They are leaving them boost-starved, and they are just pounding shots on net right now.
Oh,
And
that's
another
a
one.
nice little tip. The Whitecaps take the lead. Kiro puts it over the bar. Miro can't get the clear, and Bob pops it right over Miggs, barely finding that shot, but a very nice angle. The lead in the hands of the Whitecaps.
Yeah, that's the hardest shot to read, in my opinion, because it's such a slow shot, but it goes so high. Although, ooh, I thought Spartans had a shot there, but Crisp unable to put it on target, and the Whitecaps now on the counter gets another one. And I'm not sure if Kiro got a bump or not, but doesn't matter because it's in the net.
Arrow, beautiful little midfield shot. Everybody ready and waiting on the Whitecaps side of things for that transition. All pounced on it at once. And they are looking to even up this series very, very quickly.
Yeah, and another opportunity here. Miro coming in to make a save on the ball, but the Spartans have not, you know, we had that first 2 goals in like 20 seconds or whatever, but after that, they have really not been able to leave their half. It seems like the Whitecaps just non-stop pounding, and it's an opportunity here for Miro, but Kiro's already up for the challenge, and a double commit there might lead to some more pressure for the Spartans, but oh, Chris going for a flick, unable to get it, and Arrow passing out to Kiro, and the pressure alleviates just like that. The Spartans just don't have sustained pressure, and I mean, that's one way to beat the Whitecaps, because they love going for these demos.
They absolutely do. I see here another one ring out in the background. I'm going to try and get it. Nice pass center from the Spartans. Looking to get the offense going. Instead, the Whitecaps might have a bit of a transition. Good touch across the field. Miro.
Already up.
Is already
Man,
up.
they are so close to the ball. It is like, it feels so different. AAA is literally just a league below, but the difference in speed, it feels like, from these 2 leagues is actually it's so noticeable. As Miro goes for a flip reset, doesn't use it, gets a wave dash instead, but a demo coming out, gonna leave Crisp open for a shot, and the Spartans, you know, things have settled down a little bit. Haven't had 5 goals quite yet from each team, but I don't know. There's a minute and a half left, Cubics. There's definitely plenty of time for either of these teams to win this game.
Well, that is for sure. That infield pass is super nice from the Spartans as well. That one going over the backboard, unfortunately, for the Whitecaps. Now it's cleared out. Miggs sends it downfield off the backboard. Kiro clears it to the corner. Tipped above the net. Arrow gets a bit of an odd pancake, but Bob is there to clean up the mess. Whitecaps looking for a bit of a transition, but the Spartans say no. Keep the ball in there, shooting half. Shot. Ooh, it's a weak one. Crisp, the last man back. Kiro tried to get the 50, but it's won nicely by the Spartans. They'll look to continue their attack here. Pop out of the corner. Crisp on that one. Cuts it over 1. 50. That one's back center. Miro sends it down into the corner. Crisp going to be next. Shot on. That's a great save on the near post. With 30 seconds left, Whitecaps holding strong with that lead. Oh, my.
Arrow with the, I thought that was in. A great save coming out from Crisp, but the Spartans, they turn up the pressure. The demo's coming out from both teams now. Bob looking for the dunk, unable to get it, and a lot of back and forth it's coming to, but you know, with 10 seconds remaining, the Spartans looking like they're gonna have to lose game 1. It's gonna become a best of 5, and you know, the Whitecaps taking this in kind of convincing fashion, at least for the first 3 minutes or so. It was 4-2 for a good while there, and Cubics, Whitecaps, taking technically game number 2. Ties it up 1-1, and Kiro out here with 700 points.
I do. Kiro showing why he is the man. 4 points in that game, if you will, by technical terms. A goal and 3 assists, 3 saves on top of that, 4 shots. He was all over the pitch, making some great moves. 12 shots for the Whitecaps to the 9. I can do quick maths, I promise, of the Spartans. And the Whitecaps in this one, to me, they just looked like the better team. And I think going forward, that's something that the Spartans are going to have to change. They're going to have to play a little bit more aggressive and try and get a little bit more of that pressure that the Whitecaps had, kind of emulate that. And I think that's where they're going to find their success.
Yeah, the Whitecaps, you know, I can't even say uncharacteristically, they went for a lot of like double commits, but they were double commits in a way that they knew the Spartans, they're so fast that they sent 2 at the ball just so they 50 and then another one's like right behind them. It's not a double commit, but they're so close together just so they can follow up each other's touches really quickly, and it's letting them beat Spartans to the ball. And if the Spartans don't adjust to that close kind of play style, they're definitely gonna be struggling, because the Spartans they like to pass, and so whenever you're getting 50 every time, it just basically just allows the Whitecaps to take possession.
And playing that 50 game especially well. This one's powered back into the corner. Bob gonna look for some control, tries to get it over 1 but can't. Chris blocks that off before the ball is gotten out. Miggs with the 50 in the corner. Arrow gets a little chipped. Gets it over a second. The 50 by a third. Bob, can he catch up? No. Whitecaps still have the pressure. The Arrow with a ill-advised touch. And the Spartans are going to be able to clear this one out. Bob's going to try and cut it off. Does get the double. Crisp with the shot on. Ooh. Better save from Kiro, though, as he goes over. Miro up in the air. Gets the pop. 50. Laid down. Crisp going to be second to that ball. Not going to get a touch on it at all, in fact. Will now, as he tries to pop it off the ceiling, is a form of a pass for the Spartans, but can't get anything going here. And the Whitecaps look to clear it out. Can't quite do it. That shot going to be over the bar. Good save by Kiro, but Miro with another opportunity. Drops it to Crisp. Oh. A beautiful shot finds the top shelf, and the Spartans have a lead.
Man, Crisp, so quick to the ball, and I don't know how that had so much power. It hit the wheel, like the bottom side of his car, but it doesn't matter. He hit that with so much power and right below the bar. Impossible for Bob to get back to. And the Spartans taking another early lead. However, they seem a little bit more in control this time, although the Whitecaps are here to put on some pressure, and looking to do that is Arrow staying on the ball, but it gets dunked, and it seems the Whitecaps, they're not getting the 50s that they're winning right now. They're going for them, but the Spartans are adjusting more, and it seems like they're getting more dunks. They're letting the Whitecaps touch the ball first, and so they're getting favorable 50s, and it's allowing pressure to stay in their half. And Crisp down from Miggs. The team, the passing, it's all so well done.
That is very clean. A great center. Crisp again. Finds the back of the net for the second time, and the Spartans have a multi-goal lead. 3 minutes on the clock. Whitecaps, we know they can score in bunches. But will they be able to do it again? They've got that possession in the corner. Chris brings it over 1, and the Spartans right back out. Oh, beautiful play by Chris. Over 2 for the hat trick in a minute, or 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Crisp. Whew.
Fast. Man, he times that jump perfectly right as he lands, and he gets the flick over Bob. It's, Crisp is out here putting on a show, putting on a clinic with his shots, and the Whitecaps, they got to do something. I mean, they were down 0-2 before, but that was with about 4.5 minutes left. They only have half the game to score 3 goals on this Spartan roster. Looking for one now. Somehow that doesn't go in. That hit the post like 4 times, Cubics.
I don't think you can get closer to a goal than that without scoring. Unfortunately, the Whitecaps will be forced to play for possession here. Zell regroup. That one went off the ceiling. Bob gonna follow it up. Clear it out. The Spartans looking a lot better in this game. Much more cohesive. They've found the passing lanes that are working for them. And we're starting to see that team that made that upper bracket run. That game won the first game that the Spartans have lost in the entirety of the major playoffs. The Whitecaps gonna need to make a bit of a comeback here. They're down 3, minute 40 to go, though. Not a whole lot of time.
Not a whole lot of time at all. However, you know, even if they do manage to lose this game,
No!
Bob, I'm not sure if Kira would have had this. Or wait, no, Kira's the one that owned goal. I'm not sure, but it was definitely not that fast of a shot, and Kira just absolutely slots that one bottom corner. So, you know, Whitecaps get a goal, I guess, but so far, I'm not saying this game's shocked as Arrow. What are these goals, Cubics?
They do now, apparently. Arrow finds the back of the net on the other end for the Whitecaps, scoring 2 goals in approximately 3 seconds. Although one happened to be on their own net, unfortunately. And, man, if that goes the other way, we're talking 3-2. Not that there was actually a chance in the blue net, but... that feels bad. At least 3-1 now, too. Oh, goodness, Migs. Showing off the mechanics. This is gorgeous.
Man, he keeps the ball in his hood so well. Oh, the flip, just to pop it over. Crisp has done it. Crisp did it. It was in this game. It feels like so long ago, but it was in this game about 2 minutes ago. And now Migs is showing off the dribbling skills. They're all here to play, and they don't want to go down without a fight. And the Spartans are out here performing. They know that they have the mechanics and the solo plays to beat this team, and they're here to prove it.
They know there's money on the line for this one, too.
Oh,
out
a lot
of
of
the
money.
prize pool. These guys playing for a little bit of cash, but we'll see if they can continue that here. Crisp got control in the corner. Ooh. He looked for a lane through, not going to find it.
Kiro just going. Kiro, he knows his game's shocked. He's literally just pre-jumping everything right now, and it's so fun to see as Crisp and Miro connect on the best team passing play. You'll see the rest of this game probably.
Pinball works sometimes, I think, is what we can garner from that goal.
That was 100% on purpose. Like, I saw the intent. I made eye contact with Miro. I saw the intent. Okay, like, that was 100% on purpose. Yeah, exactly. I mean, so is Bob's demo. My gosh, man's getting rid of everybody, and that's one way to score. Although they're not able to do so, but if he's able to get everybody off the field, I feel like they'll have a better shot.
Ooh, Spartans really want this Brazil at this point. 6-1, it feels like it's possible. Maybe not with the team plays coming out. But it is a 3-on-1. Miro pops it over. Can they get the center back? Crisp misses the net. Ah, they wanted the Brazil. They wanted the Brazil. Mig's going to take it back. Tries for the own goal. They don't even need to. It's just in anyway. Oh, they couldn't get one on their opponents, so it ends up going in their own net at the end of the game. Your Spartans take it regardless. 6-2. A dominant win for them here in game number 2, but 3, but also 2. And they take that 2-1 series lead, which is all important for them.
I mean, we had Kira with 700 points. Crisp said, all right, I'll drop 800. I mean, these guys, they're out here. I feel like they're just having fun, to be honest. I mean, I know they're playing for $240, but they're literally out here just playing Rocket League, just playing with some friends, and the Spartans, they seem to just be having a good time. Like they're going for a lot of like solo plays, a lot of air triples, a lot of mechanics, and they seem to be having fun. Cubics, and I mean, I don't have fun playing Rocket League half the time, so I'm glad they're doing it.
It's because approximately half the games you lose, so that's fair. But these two
All
teams,
right, ready up, Cubics.
these two teams definitely seem like they are having fun, and I mean the fun meta prevails. I've seen that time and time again. Will we continue to see it here today? Game 3 underway. And we'll see what the Whitecaps can do here. They're going to need to even up that series again. The Spartans 1-game advantage coming in handy to give them this lead in an all-pivotal game. Spartans win this one. They only got to win one more of the next 3.
Yeah, I mean the Whitecaps, they won that game 1, so like in their head it's a best of 5. So they're not. I don't think they're too concerned about the threat of just having to win 3. It's not that. What? See, Cubics, I didn't say anything because I thought there would be a defender in net. I have no idea where he went. Oh, Kira got bumped.
Ooh.
That's bad.
That's a good bump. It turns out Miro was trying to be the Kiro imposter, both in name and positioning, as he was in net. Trying to get the little steal on that at the last second, no matter. Spartans 31 seconds into this game take the lead. And that could be a big goal here for him. Arrow with the musty, the power on that thing. My goodness.
That steal. That was such a powerful. That was to the moon.
You got a
And underboost, too.
moon musty. Kiro backwards. Gets a 50. It's all the way down the field. Off the backboard, Arrow is going to be able to clear it back out to mid. And Arrow tries to pop it into some space, but can't quite do it. The Whitecaps going to look for some possession. Arrow with the reset, actually. Very nice play. Shot going to be on Bob. Going to be waiting back. Clears it in. Kiro with a touch to keep it in as well. Arrow there. Another touch on, but they can't get it midfield or in a dangerous area, and the Spartans going to be able to try and get some offense of their own. But Kiro says, no, I'll take it off my own backboard. Gets a flip reset, ends up going well wide of the net. And this could be interesting for the Spartans on the counter.
Yeah, I mean, the playstyle has changed for the Whitecaps. It feels like they're going for a lot more passing, as Arrow puts one in, but I don't know how that popped out to him. A good shot from Kiro, forcing Mig to save, and Arrow's just slotting that one every day.
Great placement on that shot to find the bottom corner. Whitecaps even it up. 1-1. As this one drops center, Kiro ends up getting a double. Popped up, Bob clears it down. Shot on. Woo! Hits the post very close. The bump coming through, but he doesn't have the teammate support close enough to him in order to get that. Migs with the pinch. That one's center. Miro, excuse me, opting to
Same
stay
player.
off that bump. I swear they're not the same. I promise. I'm just bad. The Whitecaps will play.
Yeah.
They're going to chase, and we'll see what they can do here.
Yeah, the Whitecaps, they've definitely turned on the Jets. They're going for a lot more shots. It feels like just trying to pound the net, trying to make uncomfortable saves, like their first goal. With a one-to-one game, as long as they can maintain pressure, the Spartans will break eventually. They just gotta have to find the crack in the defense. But whenever you got Crisp going through the entire team, it feels like it's very difficult to do. Hero with not the best touch, kind of just giving it away, and Arrow dunking Migs and Cubics. I don't know if you noticed, but these guys, every time the ball's just in the air, they just how's it in? What? So confused.
Okay, the backboard play. I'm not sure how the defense even allowed that touch center to come through, but Crisp takes full advantage of it and places it beautifully back post. Spartans take the lead again. The score in this one mirroring the series score. Hero, a nice musty, but it's saved away fairly easily. Bob gonna pop this one up. Looks to chase. Gets off it though. Arrow can't get a touch in the corner. Bob, the next one in. Shot from Kiro, gonna go off the post. That would have been the equalizer. But the Whitecaps can't quite find it.
He was looking for a upper 90 bang because that thing was going a million miles an hour. However, it stays 2-1 in favor of the Spartans. Kiro trying to change that now. The early pre-jump from Migs is what you got to do to stop some of these mechanical players up here. I say you got to stop all of them, in fact. And without that, you can't give them too much time. And so they're just going. Kiro going for a challenge, and Bob is up now. Oh, the bump, but Miro was already there for the save. Kiro with a great bump, however, onto Chris. Didn't work out, but the bumps from the Whitecaps, they go for them so often, but they're so effective that you can't really stop them. They're so good at bumping. Oh, another open net! But Migs able to get back in time. And the Whitecaps, they seem to have opportunities, but the last second saves from the Spartans have just been coming through.
They have. And those saves could be the saves that end up winning them this game. Crisp trying to work it out of his own end. A double commit by the Whitecaps. Pop up. Good tip. What a save in net by Arrow. Crisp keeping the ball in with a 50, and the Whitecaps end up falling here in Game 4. Spartans move to match point.
Oh, man, that was a much different game than either of the ones we saw. I mean, or either than Game 1 and Game 2, sorry. Game 1, it felt like the Whitecaps were kind of in control, controlling the pace with the 50s. In Game 2, it seems like the Spartans were just able to outplay everything that the Whitecaps did with solo plays. But this time, the Spartans kind of just felt like they were capitalizing on like a tiny mistake of the Whitecaps. They literally only had 4 shots and 2 goals on those 4 shots, but they had 8 saves. So they were just bunkering down and letting the Whitecaps shoot. But the little mistakes, man, the Whitecaps made one too many mistakes, and that cost them this game.
And it did, and the Spartans made one too few for the Whitecaps as well. Like you mentioned, the 8 saves, that coming on 10 shots for the Whitecaps. They only scored once, just showing how good that Spartans defense is. You don't usually see numbers like that in Major with the consistency of these players, but Spartans doing a really good job of playing shutdown in that last game. We could have our last game of Season 17 upon us here now, Flip. Let's go.
Man, Spartans, Whitecaps, you know, I expect this game to go to 7, and I expect Whitecaps to win it. So I have faith. I'm going to keep faith in the boys. But Crisp is looking to prove me wrong. Unable to get the touch, just did not. I think he missed a pad or something, because if he had 12 boost, that would have been a goal right there. The Whitecaps able to get away with 1 and looking to make a goal of their own. But Kiro, I thought he was going to own goal. Gets the touch to the corner. I don't know how he got that double, but that was super impressive. And Kiro popping it over 1. But another Spartans player is just right there for a 50. And the Whitecaps, they can't do anything with Migs and Miro just all over them.
This, a very nice little pinch play off the wall. The quick center is beautiful. Miro ready for it as well. That's a really clean play. And the Spartans now take the lead. 43 seconds in. They are going to look to add to it here. Migs trying to get that follow-up. Double commit from the Spartans, though. That could be dangerous. As Migs goes off the side wall. Cleared under. Miro takes it up and over. Looks for the center. Sees it through Kiro. Going to clear it down to Whitecaps. Ooh, that's an awkward little tip, but well dealt with by the Spartans. Missed from Miro, though, slightly unfortunate. The Whitecaps going to hold some pressure. All clogged up in the final third are the Whitecaps, and the Spartans going to look to take advantage of it, at least enough to get that clear, but that demo could have been huge as the Whitecaps try and play from behind here.
Man, the Spartans, they are just able to attack right whenever they need to. They know when to break out of their own half. They let the Whitecaps shoot and shoot, but sometimes they overcommit, and the Spartans are there to just break away, and that's when they make their chances count. And so far, the Spartans have been very picky with their chances. I mean, they have a 1-goal lead, so they don't need to overextend, and they're letting the Whitecaps do that, and they're able to just counterattack, as Kiro able to get a good 50. But there's always one man back for the Spartans, and it has been working super well these past couple games, as a demo and a touch mid, and Chris is there for another goal.
He is. A great 50 by Miro. Arrow caught awkward on the back line, tried to get back around to it, couldn't do it. And the Whitecaps in a 2-goal hole. In a game that if they lose, their season and the season is over for our RLPC. This one
I
clear.
can't end just yet, Cubics. I can't end just yet. We got too many memories.
Yes, the Whitecaps have half a game to go. The 50 cleared out. Miro on the ball. Spartans going to look to get 3. Stolen by Arrow, though. Off the backboard.
Oh,
the center is there. That's a beautiful pass from Arrow. Kiro slots it, and the Whitecaps are back within 1.
Man, Kiro went up for the same ball Arrow went for, but Arrow is like, nah, I'm faster. It doesn't matter. Gets the double mid, and Kiro's just landing there and able to put it in. 2 minutes remaining. Only 1 goal down. Cubics, this is literally anybody's game. I need at least a game 6. At least a game 6.
We gotta go to Tokyo. Come on.
Yeah.
Wasteland, not a bad spot to end it, but also... Oh, come on, Champs Field would be
Chance
incredible.
would be so nice. And Whitecaps are trying to make it happen here, but the pressure, unable to amount to any shots. However, Bob, unable to get the touch, as Arrow sends it all the way across with a pinch. Bob able to take control, gets 1 flip reset, doesn't get the actual touch on the ball, however, and Chris was able to send it away. Mix is already up, like, no boost remaining, but doesn't matter. Bob going for the 50. Hero had a shot and a great block by Chris. That definitely could have been a goal. Nobody was in net. And Bob again going for another dunk. That's what the Whitecaps are kind of relying on. And if the Spartans able to make the 50, oh, Chris, I thought Chris had another solo play. Man, he is so dangerous with those.
Oh,
Miro,
double
the
flip reset, Miro! Oh my god! Miro with the double flip reset dunk in the finals? Excuse me.
Oh
the Spartans take a 2-goal lead and put a statement on this game.
Cubics.
Oh, and the
Minute
fake
left.
kickoff!
A minute left in it. And it's a 3-goal game. No.
The slow
be
kickoff from Miro after the savagery that was that double flip reset.
Man, this man is playing mind games even on the kickoff. And the Spartans are now... another kickoff strategy. Wait, he went for the mid boost, so he was able to get to the ball faster. Miggs gets the double. Miro's there for the shot. And he put it away. And the Spartans are running away with it.
The Whitecaps' mental has to be in the absolute gutter at this point. 4 goals. The deficit after the defacing of their name that we've seen in the last 30 seconds. Another kickoff strat. Miro all alone for the hat trick. He tried. They got to score once every 12 seconds. This might not be a bad way to start it off, though. Kiro going for the double. What a clear by Miggs. They're going to be able to break out. The Spartans going to put a stamp on this game. How does he read that double? This guy, I want to see how he got to this. Did he actually predict this miss? He did, too. That's crazy.
Oh, my God. Cubics. The Spartans are peaking.
They are absolutely going off, and
Respect. No. Respect.
respect. You give him one.
The double fake? Absolutely.
And the Whitecaps get one back. 34 seconds on the clock. If you divide that up, 8.5 seconds per goal is what the Whitecaps need at this point. Another fake kickoff from the Spartans. They are playing with their food. They've already devoured most of the
Miro,
meal.
don't hit that. Oh.
And they're
That would
saving
be
the
fast.
last couple bites to savor it. And the glory that is their $240 apiece and a major championship under their
And a title.
belt.
Cool.
It's certain at this point. The Spartans are your season 17 major champions. It's not over. They got one more. 2 seconds. Not enough time.
Double fake kickoff. Double fake kickoff. Come on. Man, Cubics, this has been a great season of RLPC. A whole lot of changes with playoff brackets and other things, but man, we got absolutely great games today. Cubics, tonight was a night of epic games. We had a couple game 7s. This one unable to go the distance, but the gameplay and the mechanics we saw out of these players was something else.
Absolutely crazy. And the Spartans have officially done it. And the season is over.
Done. Oof.
We are done. That is season 17 in the books, ladies and gentlemen. And the Spartans are your champions of Major. And because I am quick-witted, as they would say, let's take a look at the Major bracket very briefly here. Spartans with 2 4-0s over the Storm and Ascension. The other 2 playoff teams come in against the Whitecaps, and gentlemen sweep them. They gave them the 1 game at the beginning, but they did not let go for even a second after that and end up being your RLPC 17 major champions.
Man, a dominating run by the Spartans, and honestly, nothing but all credit to them. They played absolutely phenomenal, and Cubics, are we going to get an interview with any of the Spartans?
We just might. We'll wait to see on that. It looks like we will, and we will go and join them in just a second. But yeah, what a series that was. You know what? Because why not? Let's go join them right now. Or let's have them join us right now. Here we go. Let's get them in here.
Where's there we go.
There we are. And well, we are here. All right, there we go. We
Now
got
you
them all
know.
in here.
Hey guys.
Congratulations.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh
my
my
God.
god.
Oh my god!
The team sucks.
Congratulations, boys, on the championship. A fantastic run from you guys all throughout that upper bracket in Major this season. A very dominant little run. And, I mean, hey, you got the crown on your heads now. How does that feel?
I'm
It
just waiting
feels
for
pretty good
Danger to give me my role.
He wants that pronto. They got to have people on that staff.
Yeah, I need Danger on that immediately.
Championship, I can't wait, honestly.
Yeah. Personally, I just want to thank my members of Fortnite. I couldn't have done it without them. It may say Spartans on the surface, but it's deeper than that. It's family here at Fortnite.
Fortnite 4L.
It's family here at Fortnite. And
Honestly, my team sucks, and I'm the best player on the pitch at all
I'm
times.
not gonna remove Miro.
We have to give an honorary shout out to iTrash, our AA major player who is god tier. So
Real.
I mean, he did pop off earlier today. But speaking of pop off, Miro, double flip reset on Wasteland. Come on, that is nasty.
I know.
he'll never do that again.
Some say I have all the mechs, but you know.
talk about stepping up at like the biggest moment in the playoffs to get your team into that headspace. You guys went on 4 goals in a row after that, 3 kickoffs. Y'all pulled out the funky strats and really had fun with it. And I mean, hey, it worked to a T, but that was the goal that really like sparked it off. And clearly the mindset for you guys changed after that game. I'll throw it to you first, Miro. But what was the kind of change in the, I guess, VC when that happened?
It was kind of crazy, bro. We were just like ready to go because these guys know I don't have fucking mechs. So like I saw it, but I was like, bro, there's no way I fucking hit this, and then it fucking.
Chill it down. Chill it.
Really what it was, I was just like, somebody had to be like the real take home. You know, someone had to take it home for the team, and these 2 guys, they just couldn't step up. So,
all right. Who threw the first game, Miro? Who threw the first game?
That wasn't me.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I don't know why Chris was talking. He literally had like 100 points, but
I mean, to be fair, for all you guys, you all definitely had your pop-off moments. Crisp, what was it, game 3? You had 4 goals in that one. A fantastic little moment for you. And I mean, everybody had their little moments. Migs had a couple of multi-goal games throughout that one. Miro, obviously, the game 5, but again, congratulations on the fantastic run. I'll let you guys go celebrate. But with watching y'all's profanity, if you guys got any shout-outs without just trashing on people that you want to do here to end things off, then go ahead.
I'd like to shout out everybody at Roasters and Toasters who's listening in. My boys out there, and I'd personally like to thank Arrow, Bob, and Kiro for $500.
Dang.
And that's where I'll take my leave. It's nice talking to you boys. And Fortnite stand up, Fortnite crew. Yeah, we out. See ya.
Congratulations.
He's gone. Yeah, but actually, like Spartans, like all of that org, like Blasky, especially like Crispin and Sosa, dude, they're actually so helpful. Like we have like group like 6-man's games and like in-house. It's just a fun environment. So big shout out to them.
So go to the Spartans org, people. Just kidding.
Yeah, they're great people.
They're actually great people.
It's great to hear. I mean, 2 championships for the org as well today, I believe. So
6th time. Prisma's a 6-time champion now. So
hey, maybe they know what they're doing, huh?
Just maybe. Thank you guys for joining us. You go celebrate with your org. Y'all got 2 chips, Warriors and AA, and Spartans just now. I'll let you guys go celebrate that. And again, congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your night.
Yeah, you too, Mira. Get out of here.
Wonderful to hear from them to round things out today. But I mean, a fantastic year of playoffs, really all around. And before we head off, there was one big change that came this season before we got into playoffs around right in the middle of the season. There was the decision flipped to move to this double elimination style bracket. And before we head off, I just want to have a little quick conversation on how you think that has gone this year and the improvements or the pros and cons really of this double elimination format.
All right, so pros and cons. Ready? Con, it took way too long to get implemented. People got upset. Pro, I feel like it allowed teams who had a worse record to still make those very impressive, like Galaxy. That was the first lower bracket run that we've ever had. Or they started from the lower bracket, made it all the way through. And so seeing runs like that is such an amazing thing to see. They were 9-9, right? They would have been playing against the top-rated team in the very first round in the normal bracket. However, this allowed them to build momentum and continue to make a run. And so it allows those lower bracket teams to make a run. And since there was only a 1-game advantage to the upper bracket, those lower bracket teams still had a very good shot at winning the series, as I'm pretty sure 4 out of the 7 teams were winners were from the lower bracket.
Yeah, every winner in Independent the other night was from the lower bracket at some point. And the thing personally that I like is, like you mentioned, the Galaxy making that lower bracket run. You would never see something like that in a normal bracket because there's just not as many games in a normal bracket, and that means that you don't get these kind of storylines. You have some teams that make the miracle run through 3 games, but if you have a team that's dropped down from the top in round 1, and then like the Whitecaps, if they'd won tonight as the second best team, they were dropped down first round, and they would have had to fight their way through that bracket, make it back, and then overcome the 1-game advantage. It's like all of these storylines that we see, there's just so much more richness with it, and it's so much fun to be able to sit behind the desk here and tell these stories. And yeah, I hope we keep this double elimination going forward, because I think as players too, a lot of people enjoyed having that fight for the multiple lives throughout the season as well, trying to get those upper bracket spots. And the redemption stories as well throughout there, like in AAA with the Tundra starting in the losers bracket at 14-4 was nuts, but they still proved that they were one of the best 3 teams in the league at the end of it. And it's things like that that I think make this double elimination so special, and this league as well. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to next season already. We're gonna have some fun stuff planned on the broadcast side as well, that'll be kind of revealed throughout the off season, but I'm sure spoilers, cover it up with like the gray bar that you have on Discord. But I'm sure that is enough of us rambling about playoff formats for one night, and that is gonna do it for this season. We hope you guys enjoyed.
Cubic, stop it. Hold on. I need to say one thing. Am I good? Can I go?
I'm gesturing my arms as if you can see them.
Absolutely. I can't. However, I just want to shout out Stevie and Prisma. They won they were GMs for every single team that won a championship this season. Prisma got 4 championships. Stevie got 3 of them. So I just want to say that is the most impressive GMing we've ever seen out of 2 teams. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Yeah, that's all right.
That is a good note to end on. But yeah, from all of us here at the media team, thank you all for tuning in all season long, and we hope you guys come back for next season. We'll have some great stuff, some great games cooked up for you as always in RLPC. But as a special thank you to Raid, my co-head of the media team here at RLPC, the one who's behind the scenes doing all the scheduling. Props to him for doing that, because that's a lot harder than it looks. And everybody else who is on that media team board, Flip, you as well. Special thank you for streaming when it might not be of your most convenience, and all the management as well. Thank you all very much for allowing us to do this. But with that, we will sign off for the very last time in Season 17, and we will see you all next season for the draft and for some special other little events here and there throughout the off-season. But until we see ya, we'll see you later.
Peace!